On the lush, otherworldly terrain of planet Zeta 9, where the grass shimmered like emeralds under a violet sky, Dr. Mia Chen found herself once again at the center of chaos. "Mia! I don't think that's a good idea," shouted Dr. Leo Ramirez, his voice laced with equal parts panic and exasperation. Mia was poised before a massive, ancient stone structure, its surface adorned with alien glyphs that pulsed softly as if alive. She squinted at her scanner, completely ignoring Leo's warning. "Come on, Leo. How can we make groundbreaking discoveries if we're too scared to poke the glowing thing? Because last time you poked something glowing, we ended up stuck in a cave with bioluminescent slugs for 2 days." Leo replied, throwing his hands up. But Mia, ever the eager scientist, was already shoving a twig into a gap in the stone, her mind racing with the possibilities of what might be unlocked. The twig snapped, the stone rumbled, and suddenly, a blinding light shot forth. Mia jumped back, a mix of awe and fear flashing across her face. The glyphs flared to life, and before anyone could react, a swarm of small, iridescent insects burst from the crevice, filling the air with a buzzing that sounded surprisingly like laughter. Mia. Tommy Nguyen, the team's laid-back botanist, yelled, scrambling to cover his head with a clipboard. "What have you done?" The insects, later dubbed zerglings, seemed harmless enough at first. They danced around the team, their tiny bodies glimmering like sequins in the alien sun. "Look, they're cute!" Mia exclaimed, reaching out. "They're probably friendly. Or they're about to eat us." Leo shot back, eyes wide. "Why do you always think everything is cute?" Suddenly, one of the zerglings darted straight for Leo's head, landing on his hair. With a shriek, he swatted at it, sending it flying into a nearby bush, where it landed with a soft thump. "Mia, this is your fault." Leo groaned, glancing at the now agitated swarm, but instead of attacking, the zerglings regrouped, hovering like an audience that had just witnessed a terrible performance. They seemed to confer, buzzing in a complex rhythm, which sent the team into a mix of confusion and awe. "Do you think they're trying to communicate?" Jessie Lynn, the team's eccentric engineer, asked, adjusting her glasses. She had been tinkering with a translation device all week and suddenly looked like a kid in a candy store. "Sure, right after they finish eating us," Leo muttered, still trying to swat the remaining bugs away. Mia took a deep breath, her scientific curiosity overpowering her common sense. "Let me try." She stepped forward, raising her hands in a gesture she hoped conveyed peace. She then began to imitate the buzzing sound, which elicited more buzzing from the zerglings. The result was immediate. One zergling landed delicately on her shoulder, and in that moment, Mia felt a jolt of connection. "See? They like me." Leo rolled his eyes. "Or they think you're their new queen." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The ground shook as a massive shadow loomed over them. From the depths of the cave emerged something far larger than the zerglings, a creature that made the team collectively gasp. The queen zergling had awakened. "Mia, what have you done?" Leo's voice trembled with a mix of fear and disbelief as the colossal creature surveyed them with its multifaceted eyes. With a dramatic flourish, the queen screeched, sending a wave of zerglings spiraling into a frenzy. Mia's brain raced. She had inadvertently released an ancient guardian of the planet. And instead of running away, she found herself stepping forward again. Maybe she just wants to talk. Talk? With that thing? Leo stared at her, horrified. "What's next, a tea party?" The queen lunged forward, and for a split second, everything seemed to slow down. Time froze as Mia's mind raced through the options. She could run, she could scream, or she could, maybe, just maybe, reason with it. "Okay, new plan," she shouted, and as if on cue, the Zerglings buzzed louder, echoing her urgency. They began a chaotic retreat, arms flailing, as the Queen's enormous form began to advance, but instead of panic, something unexpected happened. The Zerglings, in a dazzling display of agility, formed a protective circle around Mia, as if sensing her intent, and in that moment, instead of feeling afraid, she felt something else, an exhilarating thrill of adventure. The chase that ensued was a blend of slapstick and science fiction. Zerglings whirled around them, and amidst the chaos, Jessie shouted, "I think I can modify the drone to emit a frequency that might calm them down." She scrambled to her backpack, her fingers flying over her gadgetry as the buzzing intensified. "Quickly!" Leo yelled, dodging a particularly enthusiastic Zergling that had taken a liking to his sleeve. "Before they decide we're dinner." As Jessie worked, Mia continued her ridiculous attempt to negotiate with the Queen, her movements growing more exaggerated with every passing moment. "Look! We're all friends here," she shouted, though her voice cracked under the strain. Finally, Jessie's device emitted a high-pitched tone that seemed to resonate with the Zerglings. They slowed, the chaos dissipating, and for a moment, peace enveloped the clearing. The Queen halted, tilting her massive head as if trying to understand this new sound. Mia couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. "See? Who knew bug diplomacy could be so effective?" Just then, a loud rumbling echoed from the cave, followed by a sudden silence. The team turned, and with horror, they watched as a massive rock slid from the cave's mouth, sealing it off. "Great, now we're stuck here with the world's largest bug," Tommy exclaimed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, we can't just sit here and wait for it to eat us," Leo shouted. "We need a plan." As the Queen Zergling's multifaceted eyes locked onto Mia's, she realized that their fate rested on her shoulders. The Zerglings had chosen her, perhaps as their ambassador, or their unintentional queen. Either way, it was up to her to find a way to bridge the gap between them and save her team. "Okay, team," Mia declared, a newfound determination in her voice. "Let's figure out how to coexist with our new friends, shall we?" And with that, the adventure truly began. As the colossal Queen Zergling regarded Mia, the tension in the air crackled with uncertainty. "Okay, everyone, deep breaths," Mia instructed, her voice surprisingly steady despite the enormity of the situation. "We need to figure out what she wants, and how to keep ourselves safe." Leo, who had finally managed to swat away the last of the Zerglings that had taken a liking to his hair, took a step closer to Mia. "How exactly do we plan to negotiate with a creature that could crush us with a flick of her antennae?" His skepticism was evident, but so was the hint of admiration for Mia's unyielding spirit. "I have a theory," Jessie piped up, adjusting her glasses. "If we can show the Queen that we're not a threat, maybe she'll let us communicate. We need something to demonstrate our intentions." Mia nodded, her mind racing. "What about the plant specimens we collected earlier? Some of them have calming properties. If we can create a kind of offering, it might soothe her." Tommy, who had been nervously clutching a sample of the alien flora, nodded enthusiastically. "That could work. I have a few samples that emit a pheromone-like scent. It could signal to the Queen that we mean no harm." He rifled through his bag, pulling out a couple of bright, luminescent flowers that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. "Perfect. Let's do this," Mia said, a spark of determination igniting within her. "Jessie, can you rig the drone to carry the flowers? We can present them to the Queen." "On it." Jessie grabbed the drone, fingers flying over the controls. Just hope it doesn't blow up this time. As the drone whirred to life, Mia took a moment to gather her thoughts. Okay, everyone, remember, calm and collected. We're here to learn, not to fight. She glanced at Leo, who was still eyeing the Queen warily. You got this, Leo. Just think of her as a really big insect with a bit more authority. Great. That really helps, he muttered, but a hint of a smile played at the corners of his lips. With the drone ready, Mia carefully placed the flowers into a compartment. Let's do this, she said, sending the drone forward. It hovered in the air, the soft hum of its motor contrasting with the wild buzz of the zerglings surrounding them. As the drone approached, the Queen turned her attention to the glowing offering. She leaned closer, her multifaceted eyes scanning the flowers with intense curiosity. The swarm of zerglings, momentarily forgotten, settled down, the buzzing quieting to a curious hum. Now's our chance. Mia whispered, stepping forward with hands raised in a gesture of peace. The drone released the flowers, and they drifted down gently, landing softly before the Queen. She examined them, slowly extending a delicate appendage towards the petals. The moment the tips of her antennae touched the flowers, a wave of calming energy rippled through the clearing. Leo, who had been holding his breath, let it out in a rush. I can't believe it's actually working. As the Queen began to sample the flowers, a low, resonating sound filled the air, almost like a purr. The zerglings responded, their buzzing harmonizing with the sound, creating a surreal symphony of alien music. Looks like she likes them, Tommy said, grinning. Maybe we've just made the first interspecies peace offering. Mia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Now, let's see if we can take it a step further. If she's calm, maybe she'll let us communicate. Jesse, can you adjust the drone to transmit that frequency you found earlier? The one that seemed to resonate with them? Already on it. Jesse's fingers danced over the controls, and moments later, the drone emitted a high-pitched tone that echoed through the clearing. The Queen's antennae twitched, and she tilted her head, clearly intrigued. As the melody filled the air, the zerglings began to swirl around the team, forming intricate patterns in the sky. Look at that! Leo exclaimed, his skepticism melting away as he watched the display. They're responding. They understand. Mia's heart raced as she continued to maintain eye contact with the Queen. We need to show her that we come in peace, that we want to understand her world. She took a deep breath and began to speak, her voice steady and clear. We're explorers. We're here to learn about your planet and share knowledge. We mean no harm. The Queen seemed to listen, her head tilting in acknowledgement. The zerglings hovered closer, and for a moment, it felt like they were on the brink of a breakthrough. Then, as if on cue, another rumble echoed from the cave behind the Queen. The ground trembled again, and a section of the cave collapsed, sending dust and debris flying. The team gasped and instinctively took a step back. Great, now we're going to get buried alive, Leo groaned, looking toward the cave. But the Queen, unfazed, turned her massive head toward the source of the disturbance. With a low, commanding sound, she summoned the zerglings into formation, sending them to investigate the cause of the noise. Shouldn't we be doing the same? Tommy asked, eyes wide. Not yet, Mia said, trying to keep her focus on the Queen. Let's see what she's doing first. If she's leading the way, maybe we can follow her to safety. The zerglings buzzed around the Queen, flitting toward the cave entrance. The Queen followed, her massive form casting a long shadow over the team. With her antennae held high, she signaled for Mia and her team to stay close. Okay, let's stick together, Mia instructed, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. This could be our chance to learn more about this ecosystem, and figure out what's causing the disturbance. They moved cautiously, following the Zerglings and the Queen into the cave. As they entered, the air turned cooler, the walls glistening with moisture. Strange luminescent fungi illuminated the path, casting an eerie glow. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a chamber filled with ancient technology, alien devices resembling a mix of organic and mechanical forms, all pulsating with energy. "This is incredible," Leo breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's like we've stepped into an alien laboratory." Jesse, who had been documenting everything, moved closer to examine a console covered in intricate symbols. "I bet these devices are what kept the Zerglings sealed away. They must have been protecting something important." Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the chamber. The ground shook, and a nearby wall crumbled, revealing a hidden passage. The Zerglings buzzed nervously, circling around the Queen as she raised her antennae, sensing the disturbance. "Let's check it out," Mia said, her curiosity piqued. "If there's something behind that wall, it could be crucial to understanding why the Queen was sealed. Or it could be something that wants to eat us," Leo cautioned, but the glint in his eyes betrayed his own intrigue. As they approached the newly revealed passage, Mia felt the anticipation build within her. The Zerglings and the Queen seemed to guide them forward, their buzzing growing more animated. With cautious steps, they entered the dark corridor. It opened into another vast chamber, this one brimming with a vibrant ecosystem. Giant plants intertwined with the remnants of advanced technology. The air was thick with the scent of alien flowers, and the sound of dripping water echoed softly. "What is this place?" Tommy whispered, captivated. Mia stepped forward, her heart racing with the thrill of discovery. "It's like a sanctuary, a place where the Zerglings and this technology coexist." Suddenly, the Queen let out a low, resonating call, and the Zerglings scattered, revealing a massive object in the center of the chamber. It resembled a crystal pulsing with energy, surrounded by the Zerglings, who seemed to be tending to it. "What do you think it is?" Jessie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I think this is what they were protecting," Mia said, taking a step closer. "It looks like a power source. Maybe it's the key to the Zerglings' survival, and perhaps even the planet's." Just then, the ground shook violently, and the chamber's walls began to crack. The team staggered as the Queen turned, a look of urgency crossing her features. The Zerglings buzzed in alarm, and Mia realized they had to act fast. "We need to stabilize this area," Mia shouted over the noise. "Jessie, can you rig something up to reinforce the structure?" "Give me a second." Jessie scrambled, pulling out her tools. "If I can get this device to resonate with the crystal's frequency, it might help stabilize the energy output." As Jessie worked, the ground shook again, more violently this time. "Hurry," Leo urged, looking toward the entrance. "We need to get out of here." "No," Mia shouted, feeling a sense of urgency. "We can't leave without understanding what this is. This could be the breakthrough we need." "Breakthrough or not, I'd rather not be crushed," Leo replied, glancing nervously at the ceiling. Jessie finally connected a series of wires, and the device began to hum in response to the crystal. The Queen and Zerglings seemed to respond as well, buzzing with renewed energy as they encircled the crystal. Come on," Jessie muttered under her breath, adjusting the frequency. The humming grew louder, resonating with the crystal, and the vibrations began to stabilize the surrounding area. With a final adjustment, the device emitted a powerful pulse of energy, sending waves through the chamber. The vibrations lessened, and the tremors began to subside. "Did we do it?" Tommy asked, wide-eyed. Yes. I think we did. Jessie exclaimed, breathing heavily. We stabilized it. Mia felt a surge of relief wash over her, but it was short-lived. The ground rumbled one last time, and then silence fell. The zerglings fluttered around them, their buzzing now a softer, more melodic sound. Now what? Leo asked, glancing around. Mia turned to the queen, who stood before the crystal, her eyes shining with something akin to gratitude. I think we've earned her trust, she said, a smile breaking across her face. As if understanding her words, the queen leaned closer to Mia, her massive form casting a protective shadow over the team. The zerglings settled down, forming a living carpet around them, and in that moment, Mia felt a connection, a bond formed through mutual respect and understanding. The queen emitted a low sound, almost like a song, and the air filled with a warmth that enveloped the team. Mia could feel the energy radiating from the crystal, an acknowledgement of their efforts. Looks like we've formed an alliance, Mia said, her voice tinged with awe. They've chosen to trust us, and in turn, we need to protect their home. Leo nodded, his earlier skepticism fading. Maybe there's hope for humanity and alien life after all. Tommy grinned. This is just the beginning, isn't it? Mia felt a rush of excitement. Yes. We'll study this ecosystem, learn how to coexist with the zerglings, and share our findings with Earth. We can help each other. As they stood together, the queen and her swarm encircling them, Mia realized they had embarked on a journey much greater than their original mission. They had bridged the gap between two worlds, proving that even in the face of chaos, understanding and cooperation could triumph. With the queen watching over them and the crystal pulsing with life, the team turned their gaze toward the future, a future filled with possibilities, discoveries, and perhaps a few more surprises. Mia couldn't help but laugh. Just when you think you've seen it all, life throws you a bug-infested curveball. And with that, the adventure continued. In a colony nestled on the fringes of a remote planet, where sunlight filtered through a shroud of dust and despair, Sam awoke to the sound of a frantic beeping. He blinked against the glare of his overhead light, disoriented, and pushed himself upright. Groggy from an unsettling dream about a talking sandwich, he ran his fingers through his hair, only to recoil in horror. Antennas. He had actual, honest-to-goodness antennas sprouting from his head. Great, he muttered, a mix of disbelief and resignation flooding his veins. Just what I needed, a pair of bug ears to go with my sad, bug-infested life. With a sigh, he grabbed a hand mirror from the rickety bedside table and inspected his reflection. The antennas were long and twitchy, like a couple of overzealous rubber bands. It would have been funny if it wasn't so tragic. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash from the common area. Milo, he shouted, throwing on a shirt that had seen better days. With each step, his antennas bobbed awkwardly, causing him to feel like a deranged marionette. As he stumbled into the common area, he was met with the sight of Milo, the colony's resident drama king, sprawled dramatically on the floor amidst a pile of overturned crates. I am dying, Sam. The roof is collapsing. The bugs are coming for us. He clutched his chest, mock gasping for air. Dude, it's just some supplies, Sam replied, rolling his eyes. And look at me, I'm the one who's been mutated overnight. He pointed to his antennas, which wobbled like they were auditioning for a circus act. Tina, their ever-optimistic biologist friend, entered next. Wow, Sam. I think you've really found your niche. You can be our bug ambassador now. She laughed, adjusting her own oversized goggles, which made her look like a cartoon character. Just then, Elliot, the grumpy mechanic with a perpetual scowl, shuffled in, taking in the scene with a raised eyebrow. You lot are ridiculous. Why are you celebrating mutations like it's a birthday party? Because, Elliot, Sam said, smirking, we're finally part of something bigger. We're mutants. We could take on the Zerg. Or you could stop breaking my supplies, Elliot grumbled, shoving a stray crate back into place. As laughter filled the room, Sam couldn't help but feel a swell of camaraderie. For the first time since the invasion of the Zerg, they were not just survivors, they were a team. Their light-hearted banter was short-lived, however, as they were reminded of their dire situation. The Zerg had taken over their colony, and every day was a struggle against the oppressive rule of the alien insectoids. Sam glanced at the makeshift map on the wall, marked with red circles indicating where Zerg patrols were most active. What if, Tina proposed, our mutations are somehow connected to the Zerg? Maybe we're evolving to fight back. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Or maybe we're just turning into giant cockroaches, Milo chimed in, dramatically pulling at his hair. Sam's going to start crawling up the walls. Sam chuckled, but beneath the humor lay an inkling of truth. Perhaps their transformations were more than just a cosmic joke. Perhaps they were meant to be the front line in a war they didn't choose. Days turned into weeks as they navigated their newfound abilities. Sam discovered he could communicate with bugs, albeit awkwardly, learning to ask them for help, which usually resulted in a lot of confused buzzing. Tina, with her brilliant mind, experimented with her regeneration abilities, accidentally growing an extra arm that she had to hide under her lab coat. Milo turned his dramatic flair into a new career as the colony's unofficial cheerleader, rallying everyone with over-the-top pep talks that somehow kept morale high. Elliot remained the reluctant but essential backbone of their efforts, grumbling but always providing the tools they needed. As they bonded over their absurdities, they started to gather information about the Zerg. They learned of a legendary queen who controlled the hive, a being shrouded in mystery and dread. And with each story, Sam felt a growing sense of purpose. One day, as they sat around a makeshift table littered with odd gadgets and discarded food wrappers, Iris appeared, a woman cloaked in shadows, with a glint of knowledge in her eyes. "I know what you're after," she said, her voice low and serious. "And I can help you." Sam exchanged glances with his friends, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through him. "What do you know about the Zerg?" he asked, leaning forward. "They are not just mindless creatures," Iris explained, her tone grave. "The Queen holds the key to their power. She controls everything. But you," she pointed at Sam, "you've been altered in ways you don't yet understand. Your mutations are a bridge between your world and theirs." Sam's heart raced. He felt like he was standing on the precipice of something monumental. "What do you mean? You're not just survivors. You're potential leaders in a fight for freedom." Iris's eyes glimmered with a mixture of hope and urgency. "But you must embrace what you've become." As the days passed, they trained and strategized, weaving humor into their preparations. Sam attempted to harness his bug communication skills, much to the annoyance of a particularly stubborn ant that seemed to have taken a liking to him. "Sam, maybe you should try asking it nicely," Tina suggested, stifling a giggle. "Hey, I'm a bug ambassador, remember? I'll charm it." Sam replied, puffing up his chest, only to find himself tumbling backward as the ants scurried away. As the day of their mission to infiltrate the Zerg hive approached, Sam felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. They had all grown in ways they never imagined. Milo was ready with his theatrical flair, Tina with her gadgets, and Elliot with his mechanical prowess. Together, they formed a motley crew destined to face the unknown. With their plan set, they donned makeshift disguises and gathered their courage. Sam could hear the distant hum of the hive, an unsettling melody of insectoid activity. As they approached the entrance, he felt the weight of their collective fears and hopes. "All right, team," he said, rallying his friends. "Remember, we're not just doing this for us. We're fighting for everyone left in this colony. Let's show them what we're made of." Milo shouted, throwing his arms in the air like a conductor before an orchestra. As they crossed the threshold into the darkness of the hive, they knew one thing for sure: the battle for their home had just begun. As they crossed the threshold into the darkness of the hive, a chill skittered down Sam's spine. The walls pulsated with a faint bioluminescent glow, illuminating a grotesque landscape of writhing forms and buzzing energy. It was both terrifying and oddly beautiful, like stepping into a living organism. "Stick close together," he whispered, glancing at his friends. The shadows danced around them, and the air was thick with the scent of something sweet yet rancid, a testament to the hive's unnatural life. "And remember our roles. We're here to gather intel, not get squashed." They moved cautiously through the corridors, every sound amplified in the eerie stillness. Sam's antennas twitched, sensing the vibrations around them. "I think I can feel the Zerg nearby," he murmured. "It's like they're communicating." "Great, we've got a bug telepath on our hands," Milo joked under his breath, trying to ease the tension. Tina's eyes sparkled behind her goggles as she pulled out a small device. "Let's see if we can detect any signals. Maybe we can track the Queen's location." She fiddled with the buttons, and a series of beeps echoed through the corridor. "Got it. This way." They followed her lead, moving deeper into the hive. As they navigated the winding passages, Sam's thoughts raced. What would they find? Was the Queen as monstrous as the stories suggested? And what did it mean for him, a mutant with a connection to these creatures? Suddenly, a loud hiss echoed from behind them, followed by a series of rapid clicks. Sam turned, eyes wide, just in time to see a group of Zerg warriors emerging from the shadows. Their chitinous exoskeletons glistened ominously, and their multifaceted eyes glared with malice. "Run!" Sam shouted, adrenaline surging. They bolted down the corridor, heart pounding in sync with the clicking of mandibles behind them. "Why does it always have to be running?" Milo yelled, his dramatic flair momentarily forgotten. "Can't we negotiate? I'm a great public speaker." "Not now." Elliot snapped, pulling a wrench from his belt and preparing to defend his friends. "Just keep moving." They darted through twisting passages, the sound of their pursuers echoing off the walls. Sam felt the tension mount, but amid the chaos, he sensed something. A strange connection to the Zerg, a whisper in the back of his mind. He hesitated for a moment, then spun around, facing their attackers. "Wait. I think I can talk to them," he shouted over his shoulder. "Now is not the time for a heart-to-heart." Tina exclaimed, but Sam felt compelled to try. He focused, tuning into the vibrations in the air, feeling the energy radiating from the warriors. "Stop. We mean you no harm," he called, his voice steady despite the fear that twisted in his gut. The Zerg halted, their movements stuttering as they processed his words. To Sam's surprise, one of the warriors stepped forward, tilting its head as if trying to understand. "You speak," it buzzed, the sound reverberating through Sam's mind. "Yes. We're not your enemies. We're here to learn about your queen," Sam replied, heart racing. His friends stared in disbelief, but he pressed on, feeling a strange confidence. "We just want to understand." The warrior paused, antennae flicking as it considered Sam's words. After a tense moment, it gestured for them to follow. "Come. Are we seriously following a bug?" Milo whispered, still skeptical. "Trust me," Sam replied, glancing back at his friends. "This might be our chance to gather information." They trailed behind the warrior, weaving through the hive's labyrinthine corridors. Sam's heart pounded, a mix of hope and anxiety. This was not what he had anticipated. They had been ready for a fight, but now they were stepping into the unknown, into the heart of the enemy. As they approached a massive chamber, the air thickened with a palpable energy. The walls shimmered with bioluminescence, revealing a sight that made their jaws drop. There, in the center of the chamber, sat the queen, a gargantuan being, her body glistening like polished obsidian, pulsating with power. The Zerg warrior stepped aside, allowing them to enter. The queen regarded them with a gaze that felt both piercing and all-knowing. "You seek knowledge," she buzzed, her voice a low hum that resonated in Sam's bones. "But knowledge comes with a price." Sam swallowed hard. "We want to understand why you took over our colony." "We just want to survive." "Survival is a primitive instinct," the queen replied, her multiple eyes narrowing. "But you, mutant, you are different. You bridge our worlds." I can communicate with insects," Sam said, his voice gaining strength. "We're not here to destroy. We want to coexist." The queen's gaze sharpened, and for a moment, the chamber fell silent. The weight of her presence was overwhelming, and Sam felt as if he were standing before a force of nature. "To coexist, you must understand the purpose of my kind." "What purpose?" Tina asked, stepping forward, her voice trembling but resolute. "The Zerg exist to ensure the balance of life. We are the custodians of this world, and your kind disrupts that balance." Sam's mind raced. "But we didn't know. We were just trying to live our lives. We didn't understand the consequences." The queen considered this, her form shifting slightly. "Your ignorance has cost you dearly. Yet, I sense potential within you. Perhaps your mutations can teach your people to adapt." "Adapt?" Sam echoed, his heart leaping at the possibility. "What do you mean?" "If you embrace your differences, you can be a new breed, part of both worlds. But you must choose." "What kind of choice?" Sam asked, his mind swirling. "Join me, and learn from the Zerg. Together, we can create a new colony, one that respects the balance." Milo, still skeptical, stepped forward. "And what if we refuse? What happens then?" The queen's expression darkened. "Then you will be destroyed, along with the rest of your kind. Choose wisely." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air. Sam glanced at his friends, who wore expressions of disbelief and concern. This was a chance, but at what cost? He thought of his life before the invasion, the mundane worries that now felt so trivial. "What if we can find a middle ground?" Sam proposed, feeling a surge of determination. "What if we can help educate both our people and yours? Show them that we can coexist without harming the balance?" The queen's expression softened slightly, though her gaze remained scrutinizing. "You are bold, mutant. Your kind has seldom proposed such ideas. But it will take more than words to bridge our worlds." "I'm willing to try," Sam replied, feeling the stirrings of hope ignite within him. "I know we can do this. Together." The queen's antennae flickered, and the air crackled with tension. "Very well. Prove your commitment. Show me your willingness to embrace what you've become, and perhaps we can begin to build a new path." Sam felt a mix of excitement and dread. The journey ahead was uncertain, but for the first time, he could see a flicker of light in the dark expanse of their situation. He turned to his friends, who looked at him with a mix of hope and fear. "What do you think?" he asked, his voice steady. "I'm in," Tina said, her eyes shining with determination. "This is our chance." Milo, ever the dramatist, nodded, a fierce glint in his eye. "Let's show them what we're made of." Elliot sighed, but a small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "If it means survival, count me in." As they stood together, united in purpose, Sam felt the weight of the decision settle upon him. He had entered the hive as a confused survivor, a mutant navigating the complexities of his new reality. But now, he stood on the brink of something greater, a chance to reshape not only his fate but that of both their worlds. The Queen observed them, a flicker of approval crossing her many eyes. Then let us begin the journey. Embrace your mutations. Learn the ways of the Zerg, and perhaps, together, we can find a path to coexistence. And with that, Sam and his friends took their first steps toward a future filled with uncertainty but also brimming with potential. In a world where the lines between enemies and allies blurred, they would discover what it truly meant to adapt, to change, and to thrive against all odds. As they immersed themselves in the teachings of the Zerg, they found strength in their differences. Sam learned to communicate on deeper levels, to understand the intricate web of life that connected them all. Tina experimented with her regenerative powers, discovering ways to help both humans and insects. Milo transformed his flair for the dramatic into a means of storytelling that bridged the gaps between cultures. Elliot used his mechanical skills to enhance their communication devices, ensuring that knowledge flowed freely between their worlds. Slowly, the colony began to change. The Zerg warriors, once hostile, became allies, training alongside Sam and his friends. They forged bonds through shared experiences, laughter, and even moments of vulnerability. Sam found himself at the center of this transformation, an unexpected leader in navigating the complexities of this new alliance. The journey was fraught with challenges, but as time passed, Sam and his friends grew stronger. They faced external threats together, defending their colony against rogue Zerg factions that resisted change. With each victory, their unity deepened, and the dream of coexistence moved closer to reality. One day, as they gathered in the heart of the hive, the Queen addressed them. "You have proven your commitment, your willingness to learn and adapt. It is time to solidify our alliance." Sam's heart raced as he stepped forward. "What do we need to do?" "We will host a gathering," the Queen explained, her tone regal. "A celebration of our union, where both our peoples can share their stories, their cultures, and their visions for the future." Excitement buzzed through the air. This was a monumental step, a chance to change perceptions and build lasting connections. Sam could hardly believe how far they had come. As preparations began, the atmosphere shifted from tension to joy. The hive, once a place of fear, transformed into a vibrant space filled with laughter and music. Sam marveled at how they had turned their circumstances around, and he felt a renewed sense of purpose. On the day of the gathering, both humans and Zerg filled the chamber, an eclectic mix of cultures and ideas. Sam stood before them, heart pounding with anticipation. He looked at his friends, who nodded encouragement. This was their moment. "Thank you all for being here," Sam began, his voice steady. "We stand together today, not just as humans and insects, but as allies and friends. We have learned from one another, and together, we will forge a new path." As he spoke, he glanced at the Queen, who observed with an approving gaze. He felt a rush of warmth and hope, knowing that they were all part of something larger than themselves. They were no longer merely survivors, they were architects of a new future. The gathering unfolded with stories, music, and laughter. Humans shared tales of their struggles, while Zerg warriors recounted their history and purpose. Sam watched as connections blossomed, as barriers crumbled, and as understanding filled the space. It was a celebration of life in all its forms, a testament to resilience, adaptation, and the beauty of diversity. Sam couldn't help but smile, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for the journey they had undertaken together. As the night drew to a close, Sam found himself standing beside the Queen. "Thank you for believing in us," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. This wouldn't have been possible without your guidance." The queen inclined her head, her many eyes glimmering. "You have proven that coexistence is possible, even in the most unlikely of circumstances. May our alliance flourish." As the first stars twinkled outside the hive, Sam realized that they had not just survived, they had thrived. They had transformed from victims of circumstance into pioneers of a new era. And as they stood together, united in purpose and friendship, Sam knew that this was only the beginning. With laughter echoing around them, they stepped into the future, together. In the year 2142, humanity found itself knee-deep in a war against the Zelther bug horde. Picture this: a group of soldiers, clad in high-tech armor, standing on a battlefield so chaotic that even the universe's most seasoned comic writers would struggle to depict it. Amidst the frantic clamor, Sergeant Lila Martinez, known for her mismatched socks and questionable battle jokes, was in the thick of it. "Hey, Rex!" Lila yelled over the cacophony, narrowly dodging a giant alien mandible. "What do you call a bug that can't stop getting into fights? A brawl bug?" Rex, her grizzled squad mate, shot her a look that could curdle milk. "Focus, Lila. This isn't the time for stand-up comedy." But Lila wasn't fazed. "Just trying to lighten the mood before we all get squashed. You know what they say about the bug that gets squashed. Wait, no one says anything about that." She grinned, even as she ducked under a wave of glistening alien ichor. Just then, in the midst of her light-hearted banter, disaster struck. An unmarked canister flew through the air and hit the ground with a thud, spraying a fluorescent mist across the battlefield. It was labeled "Bug Be Gone," a new pesticide that was more about killing the bugs than saving the soldiers. Lila's eyes went wide. "Guys, what's that?" she shouted, but it was too late. The mist enveloped her squad, and with it, Lila's carefully cultivated calmness vanished. Instead, they began to cough, sputter, and wave their arms around, inadvertently fanning the bug spray cloud right back at themselves. Lila erupted into laughter. "Now that's what I call a bug-off party." Before she could finish her punchline, a shadow loomed over her. She turned to see the massive, glistening figure of a Zelther queen, her multifaceted eyes narrowing on Lila like a sniper's scope. The humor evaporated as panic surged through Lila's veins. Oh," she murmured, right before the ground gave way beneath her. The last thing she saw was the queen's mandibles snapping shut around her before everything went black. When Lila regained consciousness, she found herself strapped to a cold metal table in a dimly lit chamber. The air was thick with a rancid smell, a mix of alien pheromones and something like burnt rubber. "Not how I imagined my weekend would go," she muttered to herself. She glanced around, and her heart sank. The room was filled with strange instruments that looked as though they were designed by a demented scientist. To her right, a small Zelther soldier was busy operating a device that looked suspiciously like a blender but glowed ominously. "What's going on?" she croaked, her voice raspy. "Oh, you're awake. Perfect timing," chirped the Zelther soldier, who Lila quickly dubbed Blender Bug. "We were just about to combine your DNA with that of the queen." "Excuse me?" Lila's heart raced as she struggled against her restraints. "I'm not a science experiment. I'm a soldier." "Not anymore." Blender Bug chirped, pushing buttons on the glowing machine. "Welcome to your new life. You'll be one of us soon." The transformation was less a grand epic and more a series of unfortunate events. As the machinery whirred to life, Lila felt a surge of energy coursing through her. A strange mix of pain and exhilaration engulfed her. She could feel her body changing, her muscles rippling, senses heightening, and an odd buzzing in her brain that was both terrifying and oddly thrilling. When she finally emerged from the process, she was different. Staring at her reflection in the metallic surface of the chamber, she saw not just herself but a bizarre hybrid. Her hair shimmered with iridescent strands, and her eyes glowed a faint green. She flexed her arms, feeling the newfound strength coursing through her. "Oh boy," she said, half excited and half terrified. "I've become a bug-human hybrid. This is gonna make family dinners awkward." Just then, she felt a strange tugging in her mind, a connection to the Zelther hive. It was overwhelming. Thoughts, impulses, and commands flooded her consciousness. One part of her screamed to obey, while the other fought tooth and nail to remain human. "Get a grip, Lila," she shouted, grabbing her head. "You can do this. You're not just some overgrown insect." But even as she said it, a small part of her felt a thrill at the power now coursing through her. Days passed, and Lila learned to navigate her new life. She was a part of the hive, but still, she retained her sense of humor. During a training session with other modified beings, she couldn't help but crack jokes. "Why did the bug join the military?" she quipped while practicing her new superhuman jumps. "Because it wanted to be a part of the swarm." The others, a motley crew of humans and Zelther, stared blankly, some with antennae twitching in confusion. A particularly fierce-looking warrior, Rex 2.0, snorted in laughter. "You're weird, but I like it." As Lila adjusted to her abilities, speed, strength, and an alarming affinity for bug snacks, she also encountered Dr. Buzz, a fellow hybrid who had fully embraced his new identity. He wore his alien features with pride and was always experimenting with new ways to enhance their powers. "Lila, you have to try these," he exclaimed, holding out a plate of what looked like fried bugs. "They're delicious." I'll pass, thanks," she replied, forcing a smile. "I'm still getting used to the idea of being part bug." But despite her struggles, Lila found herself bonding with her fellow hybrids. Together, they trained, shared laughs, and planned their escape. Yes, they were part of the hive, but Lila was determined not to let it define her. One day, during a particularly intense session of hive training, where Lila had accidentally created a bug dance-off after an embarrassing slip, she overheard the hive's leaders discussing a plan to unleash their full force against Earth. Her heart sank. "No way am I letting that happen," she said, determination flooding her veins. Rallying her fellow hybrids, she outlined a plan. "We need to escape this hive. We can't let them turn us into bug soldiers for their conquest." Rex 2.0 crossed his arms, looking skeptical. "How do you plan to do that? We're surrounded by Zelther." "Easy," Lila declared, a mischievous grin forming. "We'll use my special bug spray. We'll make it look like a bug-catastrophe happened and slip away while they're distracted." The group erupted into laughter, and amidst the humor, Lila felt a flicker of hope. They set to work, crafting makeshift gadgets and formulating their escape plan. With her leadership and a healthy dose of humor, they quickly became a team bound by a common goal. With their plan in place, they donned their makeshift disguises, an assortment of repurposed Zelther gear that made them look ridiculous, yet oddly intimidating. Lila felt a surge of adrenaline as they approached the hive's command center. "All right, team," she shouted, pumping her fist. "Let's get our bug on." As they stormed the command center, chaos erupted. Lila's heart raced. She used her hybrid strength to push through obstacles, while her friends executed their own hilarious brand of combat, accidentally tripping over their own feet, launching into the air only to get tangled in Zelther limbs. and throwing random items that, for some reason, never seemed to hit their intended targets. Just when they thought they had the upper hand, the Zelther Queen appeared, her massive form casting a shadow over them. "Foolish hybrids," she boomed, her voice echoing through the chamber. "You will not escape." But Lila wasn't about to back down. "Oh yeah? Well, I've got a surprise for you." She reached for her secret weapon, the remaining canister of Bug Be Gone. In an act of sheer desperation, Lila hurled it at the queen. The canister exploded in a cloud of the glowing mist, momentarily disorienting the queen. As the Zelther began to flail about, Lila seized the opportunity. "Time to bug out," she yelled, leading her team toward the exit. The escape was a frantic blur of movement and chaos, a scene that could only be described as a comedy of errors. They dodged Zelther soldiers, slipped past laser beams, and Lila found herself cracking jokes even as they sprinted toward freedom. "Hey Rex, do you think they'll send us a thank you card for this rescue?" she laughed, her heart racing. "Only if we survive," he shot back, a grin breaking through his fierce exterior. Finally, they burst out of the hive, blinking in the harsh light of their home planet. Lila took a moment to breathe, her heart pounding with a mix of exhilaration and relief. "I can't believe we did it," she gasped. But their victory was short-lived. As they celebrated, Lila realized they were still hybrids, part bug, part human, and the world might not be ready for their return. "All right, team," Lila said, a twinkle in her eye. "We've got some work to do. First order of business, find a way to make this bug life work for us." As they headed off into the sunset, Lila couldn't help but laugh. She had turned the ultimate nightmare into the ultimate adventure, and somehow, along the way, she had found a new family. Lila stood at the edge of the forest, feeling the cool breeze brush against her skin, a refreshing contrast to the chaotic heat of the hive. Her heart still raced from the adrenaline of their escape, but now it was mingled with something new, hope. She looked at her makeshift team, Rex 2.0, Dr. Buzz, and a few others, and felt a swell of pride. They were ragtag and bizarre, but they were hers. "Okay, team," Lila began, her voice steady and serious. "We need to figure out how to fit back into society. First things first, we need a plan. We can't just show up at the front door and expect a welcome party. They might not be thrilled to see bug-human hybrids. Maybe we should come in wearing hats that say, 'I'm not a bug,'" Dr. Buzz suggested, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Rex rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress a grin. "Great idea, Buzz. Let's just add to the confusion." Lila chuckled, but she knew they had to be serious about the next steps. "All right, what about our abilities? We need to harness them, figure out how to use our strengths to our advantage. I can run faster, jump higher, and I'm surprisingly good at scaring people." "Not just people," Rex said, nodding. "We can take on threats that normal soldiers can't. Think of the training we had." "Yes, but we have to do it discreetly," Lila replied. "We can't just burst into the nearest military base shouting about our new powers." "Let's keep it low-key, then," Rex suggested. "We could blend in and help out in smaller ways first. Show them we're on their side." Dr. Buzz chimed in. "And if we get any weird looks, I can always do a little dance. People love a good show." "Right, a bug dance-off," Lila quipped, shaking her head. "But we'll focus on real contributions first. If we can prove ourselves, maybe they'll come around." With a plan forming, they began their trek toward the nearest settlement. Lila led the way, her senses sharper than ever. Every rustle in the underbrush, every distant sound of the city, felt amplified. It was exhilarating and overwhelming all at once. As they approached the outskirts of the town, the familiar sights flooded back, neon lights buzzing overhead, streets bustling with activity, and the chatter of citizens going about their daily lives. Lila felt a pang of nostalgia but quickly reminded herself of their mission. They moved cautiously, keeping to the shadows as they navigated the alleyways. Lila could hear snippets of conversation from the locals, and her heart sank a little at the mention of the recent Zelther attacks. "They say the Hive is sending out modified soldiers now," a woman whispered to her friend. "What if they come for us next?" Lila exchanged worried glances with her team. They had been part of that fear, and now they were trying to show they were different. They needed to act fast. "Let's find a place to lay low and regroup," she suggested, scanning the area for any potential hiding spots. They settled into a small cafe, its neon sign flickering like a heartbeat. It was a dive, but it would do for now. Inside, they found a corner booth. Lila squeezed in beside Rex while Dr. Buzz slid in across from them, practically vibrating with excitement. "Okay, first things first," Lila said, grabbing a menu. "Let's order some food before we go saving the world." Rex snorted. "What do bug-human hybrids eat?" "Whatever looks edible," Lila replied, waving the menu. "I'm starving." They placed their order, Lila stuck with a classic burger, while Dr. Buzz opted for a plate of fried everything, including what looked suspiciously like crickets. Rex raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. As they waited for their food, they strategized their next steps. "We should try to contact someone in the military," Lila suggested. "There might be a way to convince them to let us help. Or we could just walk up and say, 'Hey, we're not here to eat your brains,'" Dr. Buzz said, cracking himself up. "Focus, Buzz." Rex interjected, but Lila chuckled. "Maybe we'll just stick with the brain-eating comment as a last resort," Lila replied, leaning back in her seat. "But seriously, we need to approach this carefully. We have to prove we're still on the right side." Just then, their food arrived, and Lila wasted no time digging in. The burger was juicy and delicious, grounding her amidst the chaos of their new lives. As they ate, Lila couldn't help but notice the other patrons glancing their way. She felt the weight of their stares, a mix of curiosity and wariness. It was a reminder that while they had escaped the Hive, they were still very much a part of a world that didn't fully understand them. "Maybe we should put on some disguises," Rex suggested, eyeing a nearby couple that had been whispering and pointing. Lila thought for a moment. "Or we could do the opposite. Embrace it. Let them see us. Show them we're not just monsters, we're still us." Rex looked skeptical, but Dr. Buzz nodded eagerly. "I like it. We can be proud bug humans." "Then let's do it," Lila said, her confidence growing. "But we need to do something significant. Something that will make them see we can help." After finishing their meal, they discussed potential missions. As they left the cafe, Lila spotted a group of soldiers nearby, seemingly preparing for a patrol. "Now's our chance," she whispered. "Let's approach them." Rex looked hesitant. "You sure about this? What if they see us as threats?" "We'll just have to show them we mean business," Lila replied, her heart pounding. "Trust me." They approached the soldiers, who immediately tensed at the sight of the hybrids. Lila raised her hands in a gesture of peace. "Hey there. We're not here to fight." One of the soldiers, a broad-shouldered man with a grim expression, eyed them warily. "What do you want?" Lila took a breath, choosing her words carefully. We want to help. We've escaped the hive, and we're not your enemies. We can fight the Zelther better than anyone." The soldier exchanged glances with his comrades, who looked equally skeptical. "How do we know you're not here to turn on us?" "Because we're still human," Lila insisted, stepping forward. "We're just a bit more complicated now." "Complicated how?" the soldier pressed, crossing his arms. Before Lila could answer, Dr. Buzz jumped in. "We can do things you can't even imagine. Super strength, speed, enhanced senses. And I can make a mean fried cricket." "Not helping, Buzz," Lila whispered under her breath. The soldiers looked at each other, clearly uncertain. Just then, Rex stepped forward. "Let us show you. We can demonstrate our abilities." The soldier's brow furrowed. "How?" Lila thought quickly. "There's a training ground not far from here. We can put on a little exhibition. If we prove ourselves, you'll see we're on your side." The soldier hesitated, but the thought of a potential ally against the Zelther was too tempting. "Fine. But if this is some kind of trick, it's not." Lila interrupted. "You'll see." They followed the soldiers to the training ground, a wide open area filled with obstacles and equipment for combat training. As they stepped into the arena, Lila felt a thrill of excitement. This was their chance. "All right, here's the plan," she said, gathering her team. "We'll showcase our strengths. I'll start with agility, then Rex can show off his strength, and Buzz, well, you just do your thing." "Got it." Buzz beamed, bouncing on his heels. Lila took a deep breath and jogged to the center of the training ground. With the soldiers watching, she launched into a series of impressive moves, leaps, flips, and sprints that left her feeling alive and powerful. The soldiers exchanged impressed glances, their skepticism starting to fade. Next, Rex stepped up. With a focused look, he demonstrated his strength by lifting a heavy training dummy and tossing it across the field with surprising ease. The soldiers stared, some whispering to each other, "Okay, this is actually kind of impressive," one soldier murmured. Finally, it was Dr. Buzz's turn. "Time for a little bug flare," he declared, rushing to the center. He began to do a bizarre dance that involved a mix of twirls, flips, and exaggerated bug movements. The soldiers couldn't help but chuckle, the tension in the air easing. Lila couldn't believe it. They were actually winning them over. As the display continued, Lila noticed that the soldiers were beginning to cheer them on, the skepticism giving way to enthusiasm. When they finished, she felt a rush of triumph. "See," she said, breathless but beaming. "We can be useful." The lead soldier stepped forward, a smile breaking across his stern face. "All right, you've impressed us. If you're willing to help us in the fight against the Zelther, we could use all the hands we can get." Lila's heart soared. "We're in. Just point us in the right direction." As the soldiers began discussing their next steps, Lila glanced at her team, who wore expressions of disbelief and joy. They had done it. They had turned potential enemies into allies through sheer determination and a little humor. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Lila and her team trained alongside the soldiers, forging new bonds and working together to strategize against the Zelther. They shared stories, laughter, and even a few moments of vulnerability, bridging the gap between hybrids and humans. Every day, Lila felt more and more like herself, like a true soldier fighting for her home. And through it all, she learned to embrace her dual identity. One evening, as they gathered around a fire after a long day of training, Lila couldn't help but reflect on how far they had come. "You know," she said, looking at her friends. "I never thought I'd be here, sitting around a campfire with a bunch of soldiers after escaping a bug hive. Life is weird." Rex chuckled, tossing a twig into the flames. "Weird is one way to put it. But I'd take this over being stuck in that hive any day." Dr. Buzz raised his hands dramatically. "And to think I almost turned into a fried cricket." They all laughed, and in that moment, Lila felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. This was her family now, formed not just by blood but by shared experiences, laughter, and a fierce determination to fight for what was right. As they sat there, the stars twinkling above, Lila knew their journey was far from over. There would be battles to face, challenges to overcome, and fears to conquer. But with her team by her side, she was ready to face whatever came next. "All right, team," Lila said, a determined glint in her eyes. "Let's make sure we take the fight to the Zelther and show them that bug humans can be heroes too." With renewed energy, they raised their cups in a toast, laughter ringing out into the night as they embraced their unusual identities. They had come together in the most unlikely of circumstances, and now they were ready to change the world. Their journey was just beginning. Dr. Mia Chen adjusted the visor of her space helmet, squinting at the swirling mists of the alien landscape that sprawled before her. The planet had the weirdest hues, greens and purples that made it look like someone had spilled a box of crayons all over the surface. It was oddly beautiful, but Mia had a more pressing concern: her inability to keep her balance in this cumbersome space suit. "Okay, let's try this again," she muttered to herself, her voice muffled inside the helmet. She took a step forward, tripped over an exposed root of a bizarre, bulbous plant, and went sprawling. As she landed with a thud, she felt a jolt of embarrassment. Great! Just what she needed, another incident to add to her growing list of clumsy mishaps. "Dr. Chen, are you okay?" came a voice from her communicator. It was Alex, the team engineer, his tone dripping with the kind of sarcasm that only a close colleague could pull off. "Fine. Just testing the soil composition," she replied, scrambling to her feet and brushing off imaginary dust. "Sure. Soil composition that smells like wet dog," he shot back, trying not to laugh. Mia sighed and rolled her eyes, though she couldn't help but chuckle. Alex had a knack for making even the direst of situations seem absurd. They were light years away from Earth, digging into the ruins of an ancient alien civilization, and she was worried about looking like a fool. They stood at the mouth of a massive structure, its entrance framed by glowing symbols that pulsed like a heartbeat. "Okay, team. Let's go make history," Mia declared, puffing out her chest as she led the group inside. The interior was a maze of colossal stone columns and strange, shimmering artifacts that defied logic. There was something about this place that felt both eerie and exhilarating. The air buzzed with a mix of anticipation and, oddly enough, the scent of what Mia could only describe as a very sour fruit salad. As they ventured deeper, Mia couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She turned to the team, a motley crew of scientists from around the globe, each with their quirks and specialties. There was Jenna, the botanist with a penchant for hugging alien plants; Tom, the conspiracy theorist who believed they were being monitored by intergalactic overlords; and Alex, the practical jokester who seemed to thrive on pushing everyone's buttons. "Guys, do you feel that?" Mia asked, her voice low and serious. "Feel what?" "The need for a snack?" Tom grinned, scanning the room for anything edible. "No, I mean," Mia began, but her words were cut off by a sudden rumble that shook the very foundations of the ruins. Dust and small stones rained down from above, and they all froze, wide-eyed. "That's not good," Jenna said, her fingers curling around a suspiciously large flower, as if it might protect her. let's get out of here," Mia shouted, waving her arms dramatically. As they turned to leave, a deep, mechanical whirring filled the air. Suddenly, a holographic image flickered to life in front of them, illuminating the chamber with an otherworldly glow. It was a tall, slender figure, its features sharp and elegant, dressed in flowing robes that sparkled like the night sky. "Welcome, seekers of knowledge," it intoned in a voice that was both melodic and chilling. "You have awakened us from a long slumber. What did we wake up?" Alex whispered, his eyes widening as the hologram continued. "And now you must face the consequences of your curiosity," the figure warned, its gaze piercing through them like icy daggers. Mia felt her stomach drop. Guys? I think we might have just triggered an ancient warning system." And just like that, the holographic figure flickered, and the floor began to tremble again, this time with a distinct growl that resonated through the ruins. "Consequences?" Jenna squeaked, her grip tightening on the flower, which now looked like it might have more self-defense potential than she did. In a moment of panic, Mia turned and bolted toward the exit, her heart racing. "Run!" The team followed, a cacophony of clanking suits and frantic shouts filling the air as they dashed down the corridor. They skidded to a halt at the entrance, breathless, and turned back just in time to see a swarm of creatures, gleaming and slick, with elongated bodies and menacing claws, emerge from the shadows. "Oh no," Tom whispered, his earlier bravado evaporating. "What are those?" Jenna cried, stepping back as the creatures began to swarm forward, their eyes glinting with a strange hunger. "I think they're xenomorphs," Alex said, the humor gone from his voice. "We really shouldn't have touched that thing." "Well, what's done is done," Mia yelled, feeling a surge of panic mixed with adrenaline. "We need to find a way to contain them." As the creatures approached, Mia had an epiphany. "Wait! The artifact! We have to use it against them." "Are you crazy?" Tom exclaimed, but Mia was already scrambling back toward the chamber, the team reluctantly following her lead. "I'll distract them," she shouted, waving her arms like a cartoon character while frantically hitting buttons on the alien device. The xenomorphs hesitated, their heads tilting in confusion, and for a brief moment, Mia felt a surge of hope. "Look, it's working!" Jenna shouted, her eyes lighting up as the artifact emitted a burst of bright light that enveloped the creatures. Suddenly, they stopped, their bodies frozen mid-stride. The team stood in stunned silence, the adrenaline from their escape slowly fading. "We did it?" Mia breathed, glancing at her team. "I think we did it." Just then, the artifact began to hum, and the light flickered. The xenomorph shuddered and started to move again, this time more slowly, as if caught in some sort of strange trance. "Okay, maybe not completely," Alex muttered, backing away cautiously. But instead of attacking, the xenomorphs began to retreat, moving back toward the darkness of the ruins. The team shared bewildered glances, relief flooding through them. "Now what?" Tom asked, glancing nervously around. "Now we need to figure out what's going on," Mia replied, her heart still racing. "They're not just mindless killers, they're guardians of this place. And how do we stop whatever is controlling them?" Jenna asked, her voice steadying as her scientist instincts kicked in. "We have to understand the artifact," Mia said, determination setting in. "It might hold the key to not just their behavior, but also the secrets of this ancient civilization." Just as she finished speaking, the artifact glowed brighter, and a holographic image of the ancient alien civilization materialized above it, showing glimpses of their life, flourishing cities, majestic landscapes, and finally, chaos as the xenomorphs turned against them. "Looks like we've got a history lesson to learn," Alex said, raising an eyebrow at the unfolding drama. Mia smiled despite the circumstances. "Well, at least we're not boring ourselves with dusty old textbooks." As they gathered around the artifact, the urgency of their mission settled in. They weren't just digging up ruins, they were unearthing a forgotten story, one that had the potential to change everything they thought they knew about this universe. "All right, team," Mia declared, her confidence growing. "Let's crack this mystery wide open." And with that, they began their work, unaware of the deeper dangers lurking within the shadows of the ruins, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. As the team gathered around the artifact, its holographic display shimmered with vivid images of the ancient civilization. They watched in awe as scenes unfolded before them, towering cities adorned with magnificent architecture, vast landscapes thriving with life, and the once glorious beings who had inhabited this planet. "Look at that!" Jenna exclaimed, pointing to a group of aliens engaged in what seemed to be a ritual. They moved with grace, their elongated forms dancing in unison, vibrant colors swirling around them. They were beautiful. "Yeah, beautiful until they went extinct," Tom muttered, eyeing the shadows warily. "Let's hope we don't meet the same fate." Mia rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a grin. "Let's focus, people. We need to understand why the xenomorphs are behaving this way." She reached out, touching the hologram. As she did, a pulse of energy shot through her, and the images shifted dramatically. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the screen. The aliens who had once danced with joy were now frantically fleeing from dark, slithering forms, xenomorphs, vicious and relentless. The hologram flickered again, and a chilling voice echoed through the chamber, resonating with a warning. The xenomorphs were once guardians, but they were corrupted by an external force, a substance that turned them into monsters. If they awaken fully, they will be uncontrollable. Mia felt a chill crawl up her spine. So they're not inherently evil. They were transformed. "Great," Alex said, running a hand through his hair. "But how do we reverse it? We need to figure out what that external force is." "Maybe we can find clues in the ruins," Jenna suggested, her botanist instincts kicking in. "There could be records or other artifacts that can tell us more." "Let's split up," Mia said, a sudden surge of leadership taking hold. "Jenna and I will check the main chamber for additional clues. Alex and Tom, you two can explore the side corridors. If you find anything strange, shout for us." The group nodded and set off, a renewed sense of purpose driving them. As they moved deeper into the ruins, the atmosphere shifted. The air felt charged, thick with the weight of history and the unknown. Jenna and Mia stepped into the grand central hall, where massive stone pillars rose to the ceiling, entwined with glowing vines that pulsed gently as if breathing. A grand mural adorned one wall, depicting the alien civilization in its prime. "Look at this!" Jenna exclaimed, pointing to a section of the mural where the aliens were shown with the xenomorphs, not as adversaries but as protectors. They worked together. Mia stepped closer, tracing the lines of the mural with her gloved fingers. "It looks like they were once allies. But something must have happened to change that relationship." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from one of the side corridors, followed by frantic shouting. "Guys?" Tom's voice called out, laced with panic. "We need help." Mia exchanged a worried glance with Jenna, and they sprinted toward the sound. As they reached the corridor, they found Alex and Tom backed against a wall, staring at a mass of writhing shadows. "What happened?" Mia panted, scanning the area. "We found a chamber filled with those xenomorphs," Tom said, his voice trembling. "They were just sitting there, and then they started to wake up. We thought we'd be able to sneak past," Alex added, eyes wide. "But they noticed us, and we barely escaped. Mia's heart raced. We can't let them gather in numbers. If they unite, it'll be game over for us. Let's lead them away, Jenna suggested. We can use the artifact to distract them while we regroup. Good idea, Mia said, her mind racing. We just need to get close enough to activate it without getting caught. As they turned to retrace their steps, the shadows began to stir, the xenomorphs awakening with a low, guttural growl. Mia could feel the tension in the air, electric and suffocating. Now or never, she whispered, moving swiftly toward the central chamber. Once inside, they gathered around the artifact. We need a plan, Mia said, her voice steady despite the fear thrumming in her chest. Tom, can you create a diversion? Sure, he said, glancing nervously at the entrance. But what if it doesn't work? It has to, Jenna said, her eyes fierce. We don't have another choice. All right, Tom said, taking a deep breath. I'll make some noise and draw them in. You guys get ready to activate the artifact. With a nod of determination, Tom darted back toward the corridor, ready to face whatever emerged. As he disappeared into the shadows, Mia and Jenna readied the artifact, their hearts racing. A moment later, Tom's voice echoed through the chamber, raised in a comically exaggerated shout. Hey, ugly! Over here! The sound ricocheted off the walls, and within seconds, the xenomorphs were on the move, their sleek forms darting toward Tom's voice. Now! Mia shouted, activating the artifact. A wave of light burst forth, illuminating the chamber in a brilliant glow. The xenomorphs paused, momentarily entranced by the light. The display shimmered with colors, casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. Keep it going, Jenna urged, adjusting the controls. We need to hold their attention. As the creatures hesitated, Mia felt a surge of hope. This might actually work. But the moment was fleeting. The xenomorphs, realizing the trap, began to move with purpose again, their focus shifting back toward the source of the disturbance, Tom. Mia shouted, hoping he had made it back. Just then, he appeared, panting and wild-eyed. I got them. But they're coming fast. Get in here, Mia yelled, waving him toward the artifact. The moment he crossed the threshold, they all huddled together, the pulsing light casting a protective barrier around them. With the xenomorphs closing in, Mia took a deep breath. We need to communicate with them. This artifact might be able to help us. Communicate? With those things? Tom said, his skepticism evident. Trust me. Mia replied, her voice rising above the chaos. If we can reach them, we might be able to stop this cycle of violence. As the xenomorphs surged forward, Mia focused all her energy on the artifact, willing it to project a message. The light intensified, and images began to flicker on the walls, showing the history of the aliens and their bond with the xenomorphs. The creatures paused, their heads tilting in curiosity, the aggression in their movements faltering. It's working, Jenna exclaimed, watching the xenomorphs respond to the images, their fierce demeanor softening. Mia continued to channel her thoughts into the artifact, urging it to connect with the xenomorphs. You were once guardians. Remember who you are. The energy in the chamber shifted, and for the first time, Mia felt a thread of understanding weaving through the chaos, a shared history, a longing to protect. The xenomorphs hesitated, their eyes flickering with something that looked almost like recognition. Keep going, Alex urged, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope. They're responding. With renewed determination, Mia poured her heart into the artifact. We can help you. We can end the cycle of corruption together." As the last words left her mouth, a wave of energy erupted from the artifact, enveloping the chamber in a brilliant light. The xenomorphs paused, the growl subsiding into soft murmurs, and for a moment, time stood still. Then, slowly, they began to retreat, drawn away by the shimmering light and the echoes of their past. The team watched in disbelief as the creatures turned back, their forms dissolving into the shadows. "We did it!" Tom shouted, his voice a mixture of disbelief and triumph. "We actually did it!" Jenna hugged Mia tightly, laughter spilling from her lips. "I can't believe it worked." Mia felt a wave of relief wash over her, but her mind raced with the implications of what they had uncovered. "We still need to understand what caused the xenomorphs to become corrupted in the first place. There has to be a reason behind it all." "Agreed," Alex said, glancing around the chamber. "Let's keep exploring. If this place has taught us anything, it's that there's always more to discover." The team set off once more, fueled by the knowledge they had gained and the bond they had forged in the face of danger. As they explored the depths of the ruins, they uncovered more artifacts, each revealing fragments of the civilization's tragic history. Hours passed as they pieced together the narrative of the ancient aliens, learning how they had once thrived, only to fall victim to an outside force that warped their guardians into predators. "We need to document all of this," Mia said, excitement bubbling within her. "This could change everything we know about alien life. And we can bring it back to Earth." Jenna added, her eyes sparkling. "Imagine the implications for science, for diplomacy." "Let's just make sure we don't wake up any more sleeping horrors," Tom quipped, eliciting laughter from the group. As they worked, the atmosphere shifted from one of fear to camaraderie. They shared stories, cracked jokes, and even celebrated small victories as they unraveled the mysteries of the ancient civilization. Finally, they gathered in the main chamber one last time, exhausted but exhilarated. "What now?" Alex asked, looking around at the remnants of the civilization. "Do we take this knowledge back home?" "Yes," Mia said, her voice filled with conviction. "We've uncovered a piece of history, and it's our responsibility to share it with the world." As they began to prepare for their return journey, the artifact pulsed one last time, projecting a final image, a vision of the xenomorph standing guard over the ruins, united with their creators. "Maybe they can be restored," Mia mused, a hopeful expression crossing her face. "If we can find a way to heal their corruption, perhaps we can help them reclaim their purpose." "Let's make that our mission," Jenna said, nodding vigorously. "Not just to document history, but to help restore it." With newfound determination, the team set their course for home, carrying not just artifacts and data, but a promise to bridge the gap between worlds. As they boarded their ship, Mia took one last look at the alien landscape, the glowing symbols illuminating the ruins. The echoes of the past lingered in the air, reminding her that every discovery held the potential for change, and that sometimes, in the most unexpected places, hope could blossom anew. As the engines roared to life and they lifted off into the stars, Mia smiled to herself. Adventure awaited, and the universe had never felt more alive. The end. In a city once teeming with life, now reduced to a twisted playground for alien overlords, Mechs navigated the rubble with an exaggerated swagger. The remnants of skyscrapers loomed like the tombstones of civilization, while giant Xenx, bug-eyed, chitinous creatures with too many limbs, patrolled the streets. Mechs had long since abandoned the hope of making it through a day without encountering some form of bizarre peril, but today, he was determined to keep his spirits high. With a deep breath, he muttered, "This is fine. Just a stroll in the park, if the park were infested with alien bugs that want to enslave your brain. He sidestepped a ZYNX soldier, who was busy trying to figure out how to use a vending machine that had long since been emptied of snacks. The soldier clacked its mandibles in frustration, and Max couldn't help but snicker. "Hey, buddy," he called out, "that machine's been out of order since the invasion. You might as well try to get a burger from a cactus." The soldier turned, bewildered, and Max took off in a sprint. He was no hero, just a slacker who'd somehow evaded the mind control rays that had turned most of humanity into mindless drones. It wasn't skill, it was sheer luck and a penchant for absurdity that kept him alive. As he zigzagged through debris, Max couldn't shake the feeling that today was different. Maybe it was the lingering smell of roasted ZYNX antennae. He'd heard they tasted like chicken when grilled, or perhaps it was the unmistakable sound of laughter echoing from a nearby alley. His curiosity piqued, Max skidded to a halt and peered around the corner. There, in the dim light, he spotted a ragtag group huddled around a holographic projector. They were laughing, and not the kind of hollow laughter that came from a mind-controlled human. No, this was the genuine article, the kind that filled the air with hope. "Come on, Lila. You can't tell me that a ZYNX dance-off is the best way to defeat them," a wiry teen with neon-colored hair exclaimed, slapping his knee in delight. Max blinked. Is this a comedy club or a rebellion? A woman with wild, frizzy hair and oversized glasses turned to him, her expression a mix of surprise and amusement. "Depends on whether you're here to join or just here for the show." Both? "I mean, I didn't plan on it, but now that I'm here," Max trailed off, his eyes scanning the group. "What's the plan?" Dr. Lila Spark, the leader of this motley crew, raised an eyebrow. "You've stumbled into the free thinkers. We're planning to take back our city using alien technology, human ingenuity, and a whole lot of ridiculousness." "Count me in," Max said, feeling a spark of excitement. For the first time in ages, he felt like he could be part of something bigger than himself, or at the very least, something entertaining. And so, in that alley, amid laughter and absurdity, Max was swept into the whirlwind of resistance planning. The next few days blurred into a chaotic montage of training and brainstorming sessions. Max learned to wield strange alien gadgets, which often malfunctioned in comical ways. One day, he accidentally glued himself to the ceiling while trying to understand an anti-mind control device. "Great! I'm the world's first flying slacker," he joked, dangling upside down while the others tried to stifle their laughter. "Max, you're supposed to use it on the ZYNX, not yourself." Sammy, the teen with neon hair, shouted through fits of giggles. "Though this is definitely going on the meme page." Their planning sessions were filled with zany ideas that often veered into absurd territory. One afternoon, they brainstormed using ZYNX music, horrible, techno-inspired noise, as a weapon against them. "If we can get them to dance, they won't be able to think straight," Lila declared, her eyes alight with inspiration. "I mean, have you heard their music? It's like 100 angry bees trying to drop the hottest mixtape of the year." Max quipped, drawing laughter from the group. With a plan taking shape, they decided it was time for a reconnaissance mission to gather more intel on the ZYNX communication tower. The day arrived, and Max donned his most ridiculous disguise, a hastily assembled outfit made from old clothes, a pair of oversized sunglasses, and a hat that screamed, "I'm just a regular human." "Blending in, huh?" Sammy snickered, giving him a thumbs up. "You look like a discount alien tourist." "Thanks. I'm ready to get abducted in style." Max shot back, striking a pose. As they approached the tower, it loomed like a giant, twisted monument to oppression. The group crouched behind a pile of rubble, and Max felt a mix of anxiety and thrill. "So what's the plan?" he whispered, scanning the area. "Simple," Lila said. "We sneak in, disable their security, and broadcast our signal. Easy peasy." "Right. Easy peasy." "Just like trying to convince a Mech to stop dancing," Max replied, his heart racing. As they made their way inside, the atmosphere shifted from light-hearted banter to focused determination. They navigated the bizarre, insect-like corridors, filled with glowing screens and a cacophony of Mech chatter. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a group of Mech soldiers, all gathered around a small monitor, completely absorbed in a hilarious meme video featuring a cat attempting to jump but failing spectacularly. Max's eyes widened. "Are they distracted by cat videos?" "Looks like it," Sammy whispered, stifling a laugh. "Now's our chance." In a series of comical near misses, they crept past the soldiers, each time one of them cracking a joke that only amplified their tension. "So, what do you call a Mech that loves comedy?" "A puntuator," Max whispered as they slipped by, barely containing their laughter. Finally, they reached the control room. It was a chaotic mix of blinking lights and alien technology that looked like it had been borrowed from a bad sci-fi movie. "All right, here we go," Lila declared, her fingers flying over the controls. Max looked around, his heart pounding. This is either going to be the best decision of our lives or the worst episode of a reality show ever. Just as they began to transmit their signal, a mashup of sitcom laugh tracks and viral dance challenges, the Mech soldiers outside began to convulse with laughter. Their antennae twitched, and suddenly, they burst into an uncontrollable dance party, their rigid forms breaking into ridiculous moves. "What in the universe is happening?" Max shouted, barely able to contain his delight. "It's working." But as the chaos ensued, something unexpected happened. One of the Mech soldiers, a large one with glowing purple spots, stumbled into the control room, drawn by the noise. "What is this madness?" it screeched, but before it could act, it was swept into the dance frenzy, flailing about wildly. Grebe, their new Mech ally, appeared from a corner, his compound eyes wide with excitement. "This is the best Earth tradition. We must celebrate," he yelled, joining in the dance, his limbs moving in an exaggerated rhythm. Max could hardly believe his eyes. "We're taking back our city with the power of dance and memes," he yelled, caught up in the absurdity of it all. As the humans broadcast their signal, the Mech soldiers began to collapse, their minds scrambling under the onslaught of comedy. One by one, the mind-controlled humans began to regain their autonomy, blinking in confusion and then bursting into laughter as they saw their former captors dancing like idiots. The tide was turning. Lila's voice rang out over the chaos. "This is it. We've got to keep the momentum going." Max jumped to the main console, feeling a surge of confidence. "All right, let's crank it up. Who doesn't love a good dance-off?" He selected a classic Earth party anthem and hit play. The room filled with infectious beats, and for a moment, the Mechs and humans were united in a bizarre celebration of freedom. As the final notes echoed through the control room, Max stood back, panting and grinning. The Mech soldiers were now a mess of limbs, confused and unable to process the hilarity surrounding them. Lila and Sammy exchanged triumphant high fives, while Grebe spun in circles, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Max stepped forward, his voice booming. "All right, Mechs. You wanted to control our minds? How about we teach you how to let loose instead? Let's see you dance your way out of this." With the humans fully liberated and the ZNX incapacitated by laughter, the city began to transform. People emerged from hiding, bewildered but exhilarated by their regained freedom. Laughter spread like wildfire, and soon the streets were filled with dancing, cheering, and the joyous chaos of rebellion. Axe, Lila, Sammy, and Grebe stood at the center of it all, grinning like fools. "We did it!" Max shouted, his heart swelling with pride. "Yeah, we did!" Sammy cheered, already filming the festivities for their online followers. "This is going to break the internet." In the aftermath of the rebellion, the city blossomed with renewed energy. Max found himself thrust into a leadership role among the free thinkers, his knack for humor making him a beloved figure in the newly liberated society. Dr. Lila Spark became a prominent voice in the ongoing efforts to rebuild and strengthen their community, while Grebe adjusted to his new life among humans, excitedly learning Earth customs. And so, in the heart of a once-occupied city, Max realized that laughter truly was the best weapon against despair. With his new friends by his side, he looked forward to whatever absurdity awaited them next. "Hey, Grebe," Max called out one day, "what do you think about starting a dance club? We can call it the ZNX Zone." Grebe's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds positively human. Can we invite all the ZNX too?" Max chuckled, shaking his head. "Sure, as long as they promise to leave their brainwashing behind." As they walked into the sunset, the sounds of laughter and music filled the air, marking the beginning of a new chapter for humanity. Together, they would face whatever came next, with humor, friendship, and an unshakable spirit of rebellion. As the sun dipped below the jagged skyline, Max felt an electric buzz in the air. The city, once a desolate shell of its former self, was now alive with color and sound. Everywhere he looked, people were laughing, dancing, and enjoying the simple joys of life. The aftermath of their absurd rebellion had sparked a cultural renaissance, a reclaiming of humanity's spirit that the ZNX invasion had sought to extinguish. "Okay, everyone," Max shouted, climbing atop a makeshift platform that had once been a ZNX control panel. The crowd silenced, all eyes on him, anticipation hanging in the air like the sweet smell of street food sizzling nearby. "Welcome to the first official meeting of the ZNX Zone Dance Club." He thrust his arms in the air, and a roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. "We're here to celebrate our freedom, our weirdness, and our ability to move to a beat. So let's kick this off with the dance that took down an empire." He turned to Sammy, who was already bouncing on his feet, ready to hit the music. The speakers crackled to life, and the catchy beat filled the air. Laughter intertwined with the music as people began to dance, letting loose in a way that felt liberating. Max joined in, twisting and shaking with exaggerated movements, prompting a wave of laughter. "Remember, the more ridiculous you look, the more effective it is," he shouted. As the night unfolded, Grebe shuffled awkwardly but enthusiastically, trying to mimic the human dance moves he'd seen. Max watched, grinning from ear to ear as Grebe accidentally knocked over a stack of empty ZNX crates, sending them clattering to the ground. "Graceful as a ZNX on roller skates," Max called out, prompting a new wave of laughter. "Do you think they'll ever get back to the dance floor?" Sammy asked, catching his breath between beats. "Who knows?" Max replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "But if they do, we'll be ready with a whole new playlist. ZNX hits of the 2020s, it'll be a bestseller." As the party continued, Lila emerged from the crowd, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Max, we need to talk about what's next," she said, her voice barely audible over the music. "Next? I thought we were going to just keep dancing until we accidentally start a new species of Mechs human hybrids. Max joked, but he noticed the seriousness in her expression. We've got a lot of work to do, Lila insisted, pulling him aside to a quieter corner where the music still thumped in the background. The Mechs might be in disarray now, but we need to ensure they don't come back stronger. We need to prepare for a possible retaliation. Retaliation? You mean like a bug-infested sequel to the invasion? Mechs, Revenge of the Infestation? Max said, but he could see she was serious. Exactly. We've got to establish a way to protect ourselves. Maybe develop a better defense system or even reach out to other survivor groups, she suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. We've got their technology, let's use it to create something new. Max nodded, the weight of responsibility settling in. Okay, I'm in. But can we at least have some fun with it? I mean, let's create the coolest defense system ever. Something like a laser-shooting disco ball. Dance or die could be our motto. Lila chuckled despite the seriousness of their conversation. I like the spirit. But we really need to focus on the logistics too. Let's get the others together and brainstorm some ideas. With that, they gathered a small group of the free thinkers, including Sammy and Grebe, who was still trying to perfect the moonwalk. Max laid out the plan for their new mission, his usual humor lightening the mood. First order of business, find the most ridiculous Mechs technology we can. I want our defenses to look like a circus exploded, okay? I'm totally in, Sammy said, excitement sparking in his eyes. We can create a whole series of traps, maybe a dance-off gauntlet where they have to beat us in a dance competition to get through. Now that's what I'm talking about. Max cheered. We'll turn their invasion into a talent show. As laughter erupted around the group, they began sketching out ideas. They tossed around concepts that ranged from the ludicrous to the practical, blending their experiences as both warriors and artists. Hours slipped away in a haze of creativity, fueled by a mix of adrenaline and nostalgia for their former lives. The following weeks became a blur of planning, scheming, and plenty of dancing. Max and his friend set to work converting the Mechs technology into something uniquely human, merging it with their quirky inventions. They fashioned everything from sonic amplifiers that blasted out the most absurd soundtracks to a giant foam pit that would spring up whenever they detected an incoming Mech. Foam. The ultimate distraction. Max declared, grinning like a child in a candy store. While they worked tirelessly, a sense of community blossomed around them. People who had once been too scared to show their faces began joining in, offering ideas and sharing skills. The vibe transformed into a creative hub, where laughter echoed alongside the sounds of tools clinking and machines whirring. One night, as they gathered to test their latest creation, a Mech-powered dance stage complete with flashing lights, Max took a moment to step back and appreciate the scene. The air was thick with anticipation, the energy palpable. He had never felt so alive, ready to see if we can make the Mechs groove, he shouted to the group. They cheered in response, their enthusiasm infectious. When they activated the stage, it burst into a light show that was nothing short of spectacular. Pulsating colors flashed across the makeshift dance floor as the music blared. Max jumped in, leading the way with an exaggerated dance move that was a blend of breakdancing and something only he could call a human helicopter. Laughter erupted, and soon the crowd was following his lead, spinning and twirling with abandon. It was a celebration of life, creativity, and resilience. This was their way of telling the universe that they were not defeated, they were thriving. But just as the night reached its peak, an alert blared from the ZYNX control panel. The color faded from the crowd's faces as they turned to see Lila rushing over, her expression suddenly grave. "We've got incoming ZYNX. They're regrouping faster than we thought." Max's heart raced. "Well, at least we've got the dance floor ready. I mean, we're about to throw the wildest party they've ever seen." Lila shot him a look that was half amusement, half disbelief. "Max, this isn't the time for jokes. We need to prepare." "Sure, but let's do it with style. Let's show them that we can dance our way to freedom," Max said, rallying the group. He could see the spark of determination ignite in their eyes. Within moments, the atmosphere shifted from celebration to preparation. They scrambled to finalize their defenses, putting the finishing touches on everything they had created. Max felt the adrenaline surge through him as they readied their equipment, his earlier humor replaced with a fierce resolve. When the ZYNX finally arrived, it was with an overwhelming force. The sky darkened as their ships loomed overhead, a menacing reminder of the battle they had thought they had won. But Max and the free thinkers stood their ground, a motley crew ready to fight back with everything they had. As the ZYNX descended, Max activated the dance stage. The pulsating lights burst to life, and the music blared with an infectious rhythm. The soldiers hesitated, caught off guard by the unexpected spectacle. "Let's see how they handle this," Max shouted, grinning. The ZYNX were confused, their mandibles clacking in disarray as the human defenders danced around them, moving in perfect sync with the beat. Max felt a rush of energy surge through him as he twirled and leaped, embodying the very spirit of rebellion. Lila and Sammy worked the controls, ensuring the sonic amplifiers were at maximum power. As the ZYNX soldiers faltered, the humans unleashed their most ridiculous dance moves, turning the battlefield into an impromptu dance-off. The ZYNX, with all their technological superiority, were no match for the sheer unpredictability of human creativity. They stumbled, their coordination faltering as they faced the absurdity of what was unfolding before them. Laughter broke out among the humans as they watched the ZYNX struggle, their serious demeanor cracking under the pressure of the rhythm. Max could hardly believe it. "It's working. They're totally losing it," he yelled, exhilaration coursing through him. The tide of the battle began to shift. The ZYNX soldiers, unable to resist the infectious beats, found themselves caught in a whirlwind of dancing limbs and bright lights. Some began to sway, others attempted to imitate the movements they saw. It was a sight to behold, a bizarre, comical spectacle that transformed a fight for survival into a celebration of humanity's spirit. As the music crescendoed, Max and his friends pressed on, giving it everything they had. This was more than a battle, it was a movement, a declaration of freedom that reverberated through the very core of their being. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of laughter and rhythm, the ZYNX retreated. The last of their soldiers turned to flee, their once menacing forms now just a chaotic jumble of limbs stumbling away from the dance floor. Cheers erupted from the humans, a wave of joy washing over them. They had turned the tide with creativity and humor, proving that laughter truly could be a weapon against despair. Max, breathless and elated, turned to Lila. "We did it. We actually did it." She grinned, her eyes sparkling with pride. "And to think, we thought we'd need to use their technology against them. Turns out, all we needed was a good sense of humor." As the celebration continued, the night sky illuminated with the sounds of joy and triumph. Max stood among his friends, feeling a profound sense of belonging. This was his new family, a group of resilient souls ready to face whatever came next, armed with laughter and love. And so, they danced on, the remnants of a world once consumed by fear transforming into a vibrant tapestry of hope and joy. In a city that had fought back against oppression, they discovered that their true power lay not just in the rebellion but in the shared moments of laughter, friendship, and, most importantly, the ability to dance. Max raised his arms, pulling everyone into a collective embrace as they spun together under the stars. "Here's to the next adventure," he shouted, his voice carrying over the pulsating music. To the next adventure, the crowd echoed back, their voices ringing with newfound strength. As the night wore on, the future seemed brighter than ever. And in that moment, they all knew they would face whatever challenges lay ahead together, ready to fight back with the one thing the Mechs had underestimated, the power of human creativity, community, and, of course, a really great dance party. In a universe where planets thrummed with the energy of life and chaos, there existed a world unlike any other, Verdac 7, a bright, bizarre realm ruled by the insectoid monarch, King Chiton. On this planet, towering bioluminescent plants stretched toward the shimmering sky, their hues shifting like the changing tides of emotion. It was a realm of order, a rigid hierarchy where insectoids, with their segmented bodies and multifaceted eyes, scuttled about their daily routines. Yet among them was one who dared to dream differently, Princess Nia. Princess Nia was not your typical royal. She had a knack for sarcasm and a penchant for stumbling into trouble. Today was no different. The grand hall of the royal palace buzzed with anticipation as her father prepared to deliver yet another speech about quashing a recent rebellion. Nia, seated on the edge of her ornate throne, toyed with her tiara, an ill-fitting crown of chitinous elegance. Her thoughts drifted to the recent uprising led by a band of eccentric aliens called the Ishing, notorious for their unpredictable tactics and strange customs. As King Chiton's voice boomed, Nia's mind wandered. Suddenly, she noticed a group of royal guards whispering and snickering at her expense. Fueled by a rebellious spirit, she stood up, drew a deep breath, and shouted, "If we squash the rebellion, do we have to throw a party afterward? Because I don't think anyone wants to celebrate with a bunch of cranky bug folks." A stunned silence fell over the hall. The king's expression morphed from proud authority to mortification, his antennae twitching with barely contained rage. Before he could respond, Nia lost her balance and toppled off the throne. The sound of her crash echoed like a comedic punchline, sending ripples of laughter through the crowd, banished to the outskirts for bringing shame upon the throne. King Chiton bellowed, pointing an accusatory appendage toward her. As Nia sulked her way through the lush, vibrant streets of her home, her banishment seemed more like a vacation than punishment. "Outskirts, here I come," she muttered, grinning at the thought of freedom. The outskirts of the kingdom were home to the misfits, the rebels, and those deemed too odd for proper insectoid society. And today, they would become her allies. It was here that she stumbled upon a ragtag group huddled around a glowing, pulsating orb. Their leader, Zex, was a bizarre sight. With a head shaped like a mangled fruit and limbs that seemed to have a mind of their own, he approached Nia with a goofy smile that could only be described as endearing. "Are you here to join our rebellion?" he asked, his voice a peculiar mix of excitement and confusion. I guess?" Nia replied, feeling more like an accidental tourist than a strategic planner. "But first, can you explain why your tentacle keeps trying to eat that orb?" "Ah, that's just Flibby," Zex chuckled, pointing at a particularly eager appendage. "He's just a bit overzealous about his snacks." Nia couldn't help but laugh. This was not the grand alliance she had envisioned, but somehow, it felt right. Days turned into weeks as Nia and they plotted and prepared for the upcoming Festival of Resilience, a time when the insectoids celebrated their unity and strength. In between bouts of planning, Nia endured numerous comical training sessions with her new allies. She struggled to master their bizarre combat techniques, like balancing on one leg while trying to throw a blob of goo at a target, which invariably ended with her slipping and making a mess of herself. "Not bad for a princess," Zex said, a twinkle of mischief in his eye as he helped her back up. "Yeah, I just prefer my training with a side of clumsiness," Nia shot back, wiping goo from her face. "It adds to my charm, don't you think?" As the festival approached, the alliance solidified, with plans unfolding like the petals of a luminescent flower. Zex's strategy relied on chaos, distracting the king and his guards with the absurdity of their antics while slipping through the cracks of the royal festivities. The Festival of Resilience arrived in a riot of color and noise, with insectoid warriors parading in elaborate costumes that made them look like walking bouquets. Nia, donned in a hastily thrown-together disguise of twinkling lights and oversized wings, felt both exhilarated and ridiculous. "If I fall, you're all going to pay," she whispered to her companions as they approached the palace. As they infiltrated the crowd, the chaos of the festival began. Zex and Nia took to the stage, a platform that towered above the festivities. Zex tripped over his own feet and fell onto the stage with a spectacular crash, sending a shower of confetti flying. "Ladies and gentlebugs," Nia exclaimed, scrambling to regain control. "Welcome to the best show you've ever seen. Prepare for the most unconventional performance of your lives." The audience, confused yet entertained, watched as Nia and her companions executed a series of wildly improvised skits. There were misunderstandings involving giant fruit, slapstick chases, and a failed attempt to juggle with an alien creature that ended in laughter and chaos. In the midst of the hilarity, Nia caught sight of her father in the crowd, a look of bewildered horror on his face. "Dad, don't you want to see what real resilience looks like?" she shouted, her voice carrying over the din. The king, flustered, could do little but gawk. But it wasn't just Nia's words that turned the tide, it was the absurdity of the situation that captivated the crowd, the laughter building like a wave ready to crash. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as they reached the climax of their performance, Zex's loyal friend, Gleep, a slimy, one-eyed creature with a penchant for mischief, betrayed them, darting off the stage with the orb of power they had hoped to harness. Gleep, it seemed, had his own agenda. In a flash, the once festive atmosphere turned tense. "Get that orb," Nia shouted, rallying her team. In a whirlwind of movement, Nia chased Gleep through the crowd, leading to a slapstick chase that had the audience roaring with laughter. "Don't lose him," Zex yelled, his limbs flailing comically as they dashed after their slippery friend. In the midst of the chaos, Nia spotted her father, who was now caught in the fray, trying to maintain his regal dignity while dodging excited festival-goers. She seized the moment, flipping through the air and landing right in front of the king, who blinked in surprise. "Dad, this is what change looks like," she declared, gesturing at the madness around them. "Sometimes you have to embrace the absurd to find strength." Just as she spoke, Gleep tripped and sent the orb flying, which landed right at Nia's feet. In that instant, everything seemed to freeze, an electric tension crackled through the air. The orb glowed brightly, resonating with energy. Without thinking, Nia reached down and grabbed it, feeling a surge of power coursing through her. The crowd fell silent, and the tension shifted. "We can create something better," Nia said, raising the orb high. "An alliance that celebrates every creature, every quirk, and every oddity." Her words ignited something in the audience. They began to cheer, the sound swelling until it drowned out even the king's protests. It was a moment of unification, a spontaneous eruption of support for change. In a bizarre twist, King Chiton, realizing he was outnumbered and surrounded by laughter, threw his hands up in defeat. "Fine. I'll listen," he shouted, half embarrassed and half amused. The festival transformed into a celebration of newfound alliances. And insectoids mingled, laughter and joy filling the air. Nia, the unlikely heroine, had managed to bridge the gap between their worlds, turning the festival into a tapestry of unity. As night fell, the bioluminescent plants illuminated the gathering, casting a soft glow on their faces. Nia stood beside Zex, a sense of accomplishment washing over her. Who knew a little chaos could lead to such a big change? She mused. Sometimes, it takes a little bit of oddity to create a lot of beauty, Zex replied, a goofy grin stretching across his face. Nia smiled, realizing that in the end, it was not about her royal title, but about embracing the quirks that made them all unique. Together, they had sparked a revolution of laughter and unity, a new era for Verdax 7 that celebrated the beauty of being wonderfully, inexplicably odd. Nia stood on the stage, the orb still glowing brightly in her hands, feeling its warmth radiate through her. The cheers of the crowd washed over her like a wave, invigorating her spirit. She could hardly believe that she had gone from being banished to the outskirts to standing here, the center of an unexpected revolution. Her quirky allies, surrounded her, their eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and joy. "Princess!" Zex exclaimed, his voice bubbling with excitement. "You did it! You really did it! This is incredible!" Nia couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. "We did it," she corrected him, glancing around at the diverse crowd that had come together in this moment of unity. Insectoids and alike were mingling, sharing stories, and embracing their differences in a way she had never thought possible. As the festival continued, Nia found herself swept up in the celebrations. Music filled the air, a lively tune that echoed the joyful chaos of the day. She danced with Zex and the others, her laughter mingling with theirs, each step a celebration of their newfound camaraderie. The absurdity of their earlier antics had transformed into a bond that felt unbreakable. "Let's show the king what true resilience looks like," Zex shouted, pulling Nia into another ridiculous dance. They spun and twirled, their movements a mix of clumsy grace and infectious joy. The crowd joined in, a swirling mass of colors and laughter that made the night come alive. As the festivities wore on, Nia caught sight of her father at the edge of the crowd. He was watching with an expression that was a strange mix of pride and confusion. Tentatively, she made her way toward him, the glowing orb still in her grasp. The music faded into the background as she approached, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Father," she called out, her voice cutting through the noise. "Can we talk?" King Chitin's antennae twitched as he stepped forward, a hesitant smile breaking through his usual stern demeanor. "Nia," he began, his tone softer than she had expected. "I've seen what you've done today. This is remarkable." "Remarkable?" Nia echoed, her brow furrowing. "You mean all this? The chaos? The unorthodox methods?" "Exactly," he replied, his eyes glinting with a newfound understanding. "You've shown everyone that strength comes not just from tradition, but from collaboration and acceptance. I was wrong to stifle thee and their ideas." A flicker of hope ignited in Nia's chest. "Then let's change things together," she urged. "We can create a new era, one where differences are celebrated, not feared." The king nodded slowly, absorbing her words. "You've always been wise beyond your years, Nia. I've sheltered you too much, and now I see that your heart is as strong as any warrior's. Then join us, Dad. Let's turn this kingdom into a place where everyone has a voice," Nia said, holding out the glowing orb, as if offering him a piece of her vision. King Chitin took a deep breath, glancing around at the vibrant scene unfolding before him. The insectoids danced together, their laughter ringing like music in the night. He turned back to Nia, a genuine smile on his face. "You're right. Let's embrace this new alliance." As they rejoined the festivities, Nia felt a surge of warmth. The orb pulsed in her hands, almost as if it recognized the shift in their dynamic. With her father by her side, she felt a sense of empowerment, a hope that had been elusive for so long. The celebration reached its peak, and Nia took to the stage once more, her father beside her. "Everyone," she shouted, her voice steady. "Thank you for coming together today. We stand on the brink of a new beginning, where all of us, no matter how different, can thrive." The crowd erupted in cheers, the sound filling the night air like a jubilant symphony. Nia beamed as her father added, "Together, we will build a future that honors every voice, every story, and every quirk." As the festivities continued, Nia felt a sense of belonging that she had never known. They were no longer outsiders, they were her friends, her allies, and a part of her life she cherished deeply. She danced with Zex, laughed with Gleep, and even managed to coax Flibby away from the buffet of treats long enough to join in on the fun. Hours turned into a blur of colors and laughter, but as the night wore on, Nia felt the fatigue of the day creeping in. She stepped away from the festivities for a moment of solitude, watching the stars twinkle above like scattered gems against the velvet sky. Suddenly, Zex appeared beside her, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "You know, you're quite the revolutionary princess," he teased, nudging her playfully. Nia laughed, shaking her head. "I just tripped into a great opportunity. But really, it was all of us together that made this happen." "Still," Zex replied, his expression turning serious for a moment. "You showed us that it's okay to be different. You made us believe that we could stand against tradition, that we could unite." Her heart swelled with gratitude. "I couldn't have done it without you. You all taught me that sometimes you have to embrace the weirdness to find your strength." Zex looked thoughtful, a soft smile on his face. "Maybe that's what we need more of, embracing our weirdness. Imagine how many others out there might feel the same way." Nia nodded, a spark igniting in her mind. "What if we don't stop here? What if we reach out to other planets, other beings, and share our message?" Zex's eyes lit up with excitement. Now that would be something. A galaxy-wide alliance of oddities. With that simple idea, Nia felt a rush of inspiration. The universe was vast, and if they could unite their corner of it, perhaps others would follow. "We'll make it happen," she declared, determination shining in her eyes. "We'll show everyone that differences are not a weakness, but a source of strength." As they rejoined the revelry, the music swelled again, and Nia felt an electric thrill run through her. The night wasn't just a celebration, it was a promise, a commitment to the future they would build together. As the first light of dawn began to break over Verdac 7, painting the horizon in hues of pink and gold, Nia stood with her friends, watching the sun rise. The sky felt alive with possibilities. They had transformed a festival of resilience into a festival of hope. And now, they would continue to fight for a world where everyone belonged, where oddities were celebrated, and where unity thrived in diversity. With Zex and her newfound family by her side, Nia knew this was just the beginning of their extraordinary journey. Together, they would forge a new legacy, one filled with laughter, camaraderie, and the beautiful chaos of embracing the unique. And as the sun rose higher, casting its golden glow over the kingdom, Nia smiled, ready to face whatever came next. The end. In the heart of chaos, where the buzzing menace of insectoid aliens intertwined with the creeping dread of xenomorphs, there stood a ramshackle refuge known as the Last Bastion. It was a patchwork of metal scraps and defunct machinery, all woven together by the tenacity of its residents. The atmosphere was alive with the sounds of clattering tools, muffled laughter, and the occasional shriek as someone stumbled into a wall, mostly due to Buzzy, the small, hyperactive insectoid pet that Sam had mistakenly adopted. Sam was a scavenger with a penchant for sarcasm, often making light of the absurdity around him. With a mop of unruly hair and an eternal 5 o'clock shadow, he navigated this post-apocalyptic landscape with a sense of humor that was both refreshing and bizarre. "If I'm going to die," he often quipped, "I'd rather it be while telling a terrible joke than facing one of those freaks head-on." Today, however, was special. Sam had decided to put his wits to the test. Training Buzzy, he figured, would be a fantastic way to increase their survival odds while providing some much-needed entertainment. After all, what could go wrong with a brainy insectoid pet capable of spitting acid? A lot, as it turned out that in the main hall of the last bastion, the survivors gathered for their weekly Insect Fest, a tradition started by grumpy old man Bob, who believed that sharing the worst insect-related horror stories would fortify their spirits against the encroaching alien threats. Bob, with his grizzled beard and an expression that suggested he had seen too much of the universe's ugliness, was the unofficial historian of the refuge. "You see," he often said, "we need to remember what we've lost, or the bugs win." Sam decided that this would be the perfect stage for his grand demonstration. With a flourish that could only be described as both theatrical and overly dramatic, he introduced Buzzy. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the future of our defense, a creature so agile, so intelligent, it can dodge xenomorphs and perhaps even help us find dinner." The crowd chuckled, as they always did, while Lucy, the no-nonsense engineer with a talent for fixing everything from solar panels to Buzzy's unfortunate glitches, rolled her eyes. "Just don't let it get too close to the food supplies, Sam. We still need to eat something that isn't covered in slime." With that, Sam set Buzzy loose in the makeshift arena. The little creature buzzed around, darting this way and that, its compound eyes reflecting the flickering lights overhead. It was amusing to watch, until it zoomed directly into the giant pot of mystery stew Bob had prepared. Chaos ensued. Buzzy emerged, covered in a thick layer of green sludge, which instantly started to bubble ominously. "Oops!" Sam exclaimed, his laughter ringing out, but it quickly turned to panic as Buzzy let out a high-pitched screech and unleashed a volley of acidic spit that melted the pot into a heap of molten metal. The survivors scrambled in every direction, their laughter mingling with shouts of alarm as the stew sizzled on the ground. "Not quite the battle plan I had in mind," Sam shouted, diving to dodge a stream of melting metal. The panic, however, was short-lived. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as Buzzy, now a gloppy mass of green goo and cheer, flitted from person to person, seemingly unbothered by the chaos it had caused. This was just another day in the last bastion, a bizarre blend of fear and humor that had become their way of life, but as the laughter died down, the atmosphere shifted. A hushed conversation began in the corners of the room. Rumors had spread that xenomorphs were mobilizing for a significant attack, and the inhabitants of the refuge needed to prepare. Bob, his voice gravelly and serious, began to weave tales of the impending doom, which only added to the growing tension. "They're coming for us, and we need to be ready. This isn't just another skirmish, it's a full-scale invasion." Sam felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He had managed to evade trouble with his quick tongue and absurd antics for too long. Maybe it was time to step up. Or, at least, that's what he told himself as he grabbed a half-eaten ration bar and made his way to Lucy. "Hey, Lucy, any chance you have a spare laser gun lying around?" he asked, half joking. Lucy, busy tinkering with a damaged generator, looked up, eyebrows raised. "You're serious, aren't you?" "Not at all," Sam grinned. "But if we could rig up something that spits out stew like Buzzy, I think we'd be set for the invasion." "Very funny, Sam," she replied dryly, but a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. "You know, if we survive this, we could start a cooking show." Cooking with Buzzy, where ingredients meet their doom. Their banter was interrupted by a sudden, urgent shout from outside. "They're coming!" The voice belonged to Jason, a scout who had been watching the perimeter. The tension in the air thickened like molasses. "All right, everyone," Bob shouted, rallying the crowd. "We need to fortify the defenses. Gather whatever you can find, lasers, metal scraps, anything." Sam felt the adrenaline surge as people began to mobilize. He had always been a bystander, but this felt different. There was a strange excitement mingled with fear. "Okay, Sam," he muttered to himself. "Time to be the hero you never wanted to be." As he stepped outside, the remnants of laughter still echoing in his ears, he looked out over the rugged landscape surrounding the last bastion. The sky was a bruised purple, hinting at the chaos to come. He could see the flickering silhouettes of xenomorphs in the distance, their movements sharp and predatory. "Maybe I should have just kept Buzzy as a pet," he whispered, the humor lost in the gravity of the situation. Yet, as he turned back to the refuge, determination ignited within him. They would face this threat together, armed with their makeshift weapons, wild stories, and perhaps a bit of that unexpected humor that had always defined their survival. And so, the stage was set. A battle loomed, one that would determine the fate of the last bastion. But first, they needed a plan, one that would either lead them to victory or make for a fantastic story to tell in the aftermath. As the alarmed shouts echoed through the last bastion, Sam rallied alongside Lucy and the others. A sense of camaraderie washed over the group as they scrambled to fortify their home against the impending threat. The makeshift barricades, consisting of metal scraps and salvaged equipment, began to take shape, but it was clear that their defenses would be tested soon. "Sam!" Lucy shouted, her hands covered in grease as she worked on reinforcing one of the barricades. "Get those old solar panels over here. We can use them to create a makeshift laser trap." "On it," Sam replied, sprinting toward the storage area, heart racing with both fear and excitement. As he rummaged through the jumbled mess of supplies, he couldn't shake the absurdity of their situation. Who would have thought that one day he'd be building defenses against alien invaders while cracking jokes about insect cooking shows? With the solar panels stacked precariously on his arms, he made his way back. "I hope this isn't a one-way trip," he joked, nearly dropping the panels as he tripped over a loose piece of debris. Laughter erupted around him, a welcome distraction from the tension, and he felt the knot in his stomach loosen just a little. As they assembled the solar panels, Bob barked orders, directing everyone with a surprising authority for someone who typically spent his days spinning conspiracy theories. "We need to get those panels angled just right. If we can catch them off guard, we might just make it." As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the refuge, Sam felt a surge of purpose. The absurdity of their plight, a group of misfits banding together to fend off two terrifying alien species, was oddly comforting. He stole a glance at Buzzy, who was perched atop a nearby crate, still dripping with goo but buzzing with an unsettling energy. "You ready for this, buddy?" Sam asked, and Buzzy responded with an enthusiastic chirp, which somehow made Sam feel a little braver. With their defenses bolstered, the team gathered to discuss their strategy. "We need to lure the xenomorphs in," Lucy explained, her eyes glinting with determination. "If we can create a distraction, we can hit them with everything we've got." "Buzzy can help by what? Spitting acid at them?" Sam interjected, a grin spreading across his face. "I mean, I'm all for creative tactics, but that sounds a little too easy." Bob shot him a glare. "Don't underestimate the power of surprise, Sam. If you've got a wild idea, now's the time to share it. Sam rubbed his chin, considering the possibilities. How about we set up a decoy? Something flashy to draw them in while we ambush from the sides. Like a disco ball? Lucy asked, raising an eyebrow. Exactly. A disco ball. Sam exclaimed, now caught up in the enthusiasm. Something shiny to catch their attention. We could rig it with explosives. The group exchanged skeptical looks, but a few chuckled at the absurdity of it. If we can find a way to make it flashy enough, it just might work, Lucy said, smirking. And it'd give me a reason to dance if we survive. With a new sense of purpose, they set about gathering materials for their shiny distraction. The atmosphere shifted, the dread of battle mingling with the adrenaline of creation. They rummaged through their supplies, collecting scrap metal, old electronics, and a few remnants of past party decorations that had somehow survived the chaos. As they worked, Sam found himself surprisingly optimistic. He'd always been the jokester, the one to lighten the mood, but now he felt a sense of responsibility toward the others. They were all in this together, and it was his job to keep spirits high, even if that meant rigging up a disco ball that could potentially explode. When the decoy was finally completed, it was a ridiculous sight, a glimmering sphere of mismatched materials that reflected the last rays of sunlight. It was absurd, and yet there was a charm to it. If this doesn't distract them, I don't know what will, Sam said, grinning as he admired their handiwork. The time had come. The sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky a deep shade of indigo, and an eerie stillness settled over the last bastion. The tension was palpable as everyone took their positions, waiting for the inevitable assault. Sam's heart raced, the gravity of the moment pressing down on him. Remember, Bob called out, his voice steady despite the tension. Stick to the plan. When the xenomorphs move in, we hit them hard and fast. As they crouched behind the barricades, Sam couldn't help but steal a glance at Buzzy, who was twitching with nervous energy. You ready to shine, little guy? He whispered. The insectoid creature buzzed in response, and Sam took it as a good sign. Moments later, a chilling sound echoed through the night, the guttural growls of xenomorphs, a sound that sent shivers down Sam's spine. The figures began to emerge from the shadows, sleek and menacing, their eyes glinting like shards of glass. His heart pounded in his chest as he gripped his makeshift weapon tightly, ready for the chaos to unfold. Now! Bob shouted, and Sam could hardly believe it when Lucy triggered the decoy. The disco ball sprang to life, spinning wildly and casting colorful lights across the landscape. The xenomorphs paused, their predatory instincts caught off guard by the unexpected spectacle. Buzzy, now's your time. Sam yelled, and Buzzy zipped into action, darting toward the nearest xenomorph. The little creature unleashed a stream of acid, but instead of hitting its target, it splattered all over the disco ball, causing it to glow even brighter. The xenomorphs hesitated, bewildered by the sudden onslaught of color and light. It was surreal. This ridiculous plan was actually working. For a brief moment, laughter and disbelief mingled in the air, transforming their fear into a shared exhilaration. Now! Lucy shouted again, and with that, they sprang from their hiding spots, launching an attack on the distracted xenomorphs. Makeshift weapons whirled and chaos erupted. Sam found himself in the thick of it, dodging and weaving, adrenaline pumping through his veins. He caught sight of Lucy, wielding a salvaged laser gun with fierce determination. You've got this. Sam cheered, and she shot a blast toward one of the approaching xenomorphs, hitting it squarely in the side. It let out a screech, spinning around to face her, momentarily stunned. Just then, another xenomorph lunged at Sam, its jaws snapping dangerously close. He ducked just in time, the creature's breath hot against his neck. "I really should have thought this through," he yelled, his heart racing as he scrambled to find his footing. "Sam, behind you!" Lucy shouted. With a surge of instinct, he spun around and swung his weapon, an old metal rod, hitting the xenomorph squarely in the face. It recoiled, and Sam couldn't help but let out a nervous laugh. "Guess I'm not as useless as I thought," he called out, buoyed by the adrenaline. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of desperation and determination. Buzzy buzzed in and out, providing a surprising edge with its acid, and soon the survivors found themselves gaining ground. But just as victory seemed within reach, a larger xenomorph, a towering creature with glistening black scales, emerged from the shadows. It let out a bone-chilling roar, and Sam's heart sank. "Oh great, they sent in the heavy artillery," he muttered, bracing himself for what came next. "Stick together," Bob yelled, rallying the others. "We can't let it split us up." As the giant xenomorph charged, Sam felt the weight of the moment settle on him. This was it. He had to do something bold, something that would turn the tide. Summoning every ounce of courage, he shouted, "Follow me," and darted toward the creature, clutching Buzzy close. The others hesitated, but Lucy quickly fell in step beside him. "You've lost it," she laughed, though there was a flicker of admiration in her eyes. "Just trust me," Sam yelled, his voice steadying as the adrenaline surged. They raced toward the larger xenomorph, and as it lunged, Sam and Lucy ducked and rolled to the side, causing it to crash into the barricade they had built. "Now, Buzzy," Sam shouted, holding the little creature up. "Show it what you've got." Buzzy responded enthusiastically, launching a stream of acid right into the creature's face. It shrieked in pain, staggering back and giving the survivors a moment to regroup. "Let's finish this," Lucy called, and with renewed vigor, they attacked as a unified front. The giant xenomorph was formidable, but it was clear that the bizarre combination of their tactics, the humor, the absurdity, and the sheer unpredictability of their approach, was throwing it off balance. As the battle intensified, Sam felt a strange sense of exhilaration. This wasn't just survival, it was an adventure. With each swing of his makeshift weapon and each burst of laughter amidst the chaos, he realized how deeply he had come to care for his fellow survivors. They were a ragtag family, fighting for each other and for their home. Finally, with one last push, they managed to drive the giant xenomorph back. As it staggered away, the survivors roared in triumph. Buzzy buzzed around them, proud and energetic. "That was insane." Sam laughed, breathless from the fight. "I can't believe we actually pulled that off." Lucy grinned, panting heavily. "Maybe we should start a dance party after this, just to celebrate." But just as they began to catch their breath, a low rumble echoed in the distance. The ground trembled, and the atmosphere shifted again. Sam's heart dropped. What now? From the shadows, a new wave of xenomorphs emerged, but this time, they were not alone. Behind them came a swarm of the insectoid aliens, their buzzing forming a chilling chorus as they descended upon the last bastion. "Everybody back to the barricades," Bob shouted, fear creeping into his voice. "Not again," Sam yelled, adrenaline surging once more. They had fought hard, but now they faced a greater threat than ever before. "We need a new plan, and fast." As the horde approached, he glanced at Lucy, who was already pulling together ideas. "We have to find a way to make them fight each other. We can't take them both on." Sam nodded, heart racing. "If Buzzy can communicate with the insectoids, maybe we can use that to our advantage." Great idea, Lucy replied, her eyes sparkling with determination. Let's do it. They quickly regrouped, formulating a plan that relied on their most unpredictable ally, Buzzy. As the xenomorphs and insectoids collided, Sam took a deep breath. The next few moments would define their fight for survival. Buzzy, he called out, the little creature buzzing anxiously at his feet. We need you to help us negotiate a truce. Can you communicate with them? With an encouraging buzz, Buzzy took flight, darting between the two alien factions. Sam and the others watched, half hopeful, half terrified, as the little creature flitted back and forth. Come on, little buddy. Sam urged, willing Buzzy to work its magic. In a breathtaking moment, Buzzy began to emit a series of high-pitched chirps and flashes of color, creating a stunning display that captured the attention of both xenomorphs and insectoids alike. The two factions halted, seemingly entranced by the spectacle. Now! Lucy shouted, and the survivors seized the opportunity. They charged into the fray, using the chaos to their advantage, pushing back the xenomorphs and insectoids as Buzzy continued to act as their unexpected mediator. Let's show them what we're made of, Sam yelled, rallying the troops. With Buzzy at the helm, they managed to redirect the energy of both species into a battle of wits rather than weapons. What followed was a surreal tableau of miscommunication and misguided attacks. The xenomorphs, momentarily confused, began to clash with the insectoids, their natural instincts overriding their initial focus on the refuge. Laughter bubbled up among the survivors, even as they fought, just like Insect Fest, but with fewer horror stories. Sam shouted, dodging a stray blow from an insectoid. The confusion escalated, with both factions engaged in a chaotic scuffle. Sam could hardly believe it as he watched the absurdity unfold. The insectoids, with their buzzing wings and sharp pincers, flailed against the xenomorphs, creating a cacophony of sound that echoed throughout the night. In that moment, something shifted. Amidst the chaos, Sam realized they had inadvertently forged a strange alliance, not just among themselves but with the very forces they had feared. They were all caught in a web of circumstance, and through their ridiculous attempts at survival, they had found a way to unite against a common enemy. As the dust began to settle, the battle gave way to an uneasy truce. Both alien factions hesitated, confused and disoriented by the unexpected twist of events. Buzzy flew higher, the bright flashes of color a beacon of hope amid the chaos. Now's our chance, Bob shouted. We need to take advantage of this moment. With a collective breath, Sam and the survivors launched their final assault. They surged forward, armed with renewed confidence in the bizarre camaraderie that had carried them through the fight. Together, they pushed the xenomorphs and insectoids back, forcing them to retreat into the shadows. As the last of the alien forces disappeared, the survivors erupted in cheers. Sam couldn't help but laugh, his heart swelling with relief and joy. We actually did it. We survived. Thanks to a flying disco ball and a very special bug, Lucy added, grinning at Buzzy, who was buzzing victoriously around them. Bob, panting but smiling, looked at the group. I'll be damned. Maybe we're not just surviving after all. Maybe we're thriving. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the last bastion, Sam felt a surge of hope. The refuge, once merely a place of survival, had transformed into something more, a community built on humor, resilience, and the unlikeliest of alliances. And amidst the laughter, the absurdity of their situation settled in. The survivors had faced their fears, battled alien foes, and emerged victorious, not just as individuals, but as a family. Who would have thought we'd have a disco party to celebrate our victory? Sam chuckled, Shaking his head in disbelief, Lucy laughed, her eyes sparkling. "Well, you know what they say, when life gives you aliens, throw a party." As the dawn light illuminated their home, the survivors knew one thing for certain: they would face whatever came next together, united by the bonds forged in laughter and chaos. In that moment, Sam realized that survival wasn't just about staying alive, it was about living fully, embracing the ridiculousness of their lives, and finding joy amid the absurdity. And as long as they had each other, and a little help from Buzzy, they could face anything the universe threw their way. And so, the last bastion stood firm, a beacon of hope and hilarity in the borderlands, where the chaos of two alien worlds collided, and laughter rang out against the backdrop of the stars. In the heart of a state-of-the-art laboratory, nestled between unmarked doors and flickering fluorescent lights, Dr. Max Turner stood before a group of scientists with the kind of excitement usually reserved for children on Christmas morning. His unruly hair resembled a mad scientist's, wild and defiant, while his lab coat was decorated with what looked like the aftermath of an ink explosion. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, clapping his hands together as if to rally troops, "prepare to witness the dawn of a new era in human evolution." His audience, a mix of brilliant but beleaguered geneticists, exchanged skeptical glances. At the front, Dr. Lila Chen, his sharp-witted colleague, crossed her arms. "Max, we've seen your dawn of a new era before. Last time, it resulted in a 4-hour lecture about the mating habits of mutant crickets. Ah, but this time is different," Max insisted, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Today, we're splicing alien DNA with insect genes. What could possibly go wrong?" Just then, Assistant Joe, a timid intern with a penchant for coffee spills, tripped over a stray cable, sending a steaming cup flying directly at the console displaying their experiment. The computer let out a series of alarming beeps, and a moment later, the glass panel separating them from the containment area shattered. From within the chamber, a creature erupted, a scaly, six-legged monstrosity with iridescent wings that caught the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. Instead of terror, it performed an elaborate pirouette, prompting laughter from the team. Max grinned, "See? It's a ballet dancer." The creature, however, quickly tired of the audience and turned its gaze toward the scientists, its expression shifting from grace to menace. It unleashed a screech that sent everyone diving for cover as it charged, its wings flapping wildly. In a flash, chaos erupted. Scientists scrambled, knocking over beakers and equipment, while Lila shouted commands like a drill sergeant. "Get to the emergency exit," she ordered, dodging a wayward appendage. Max, for his part, clutched a laser pointer, a makeshift weapon he was convinced could tame the beast. "Stay calm. It's just misdirected enthusiasm," he yelled, as he pointed the laser at the creature's eye, inadvertently distracting it just enough for the team to escape. As they fled, Lila couldn't help but shoot him a glare. "Your definition of enthusiasm needs a serious reevaluation." The team regrouped in the break room, now a makeshift command center. Max, still buzzing with energy, proposed a plan. "We can use the mop from the janitor's closet as a distraction. Bugs love shiny things, right?" Joe piped up, "What if we throw snacks at it? I read that creatures respond well to food offerings." Dr. Reggie Sparks, the conspiracy theorist of the group, leaned in, his eyes wide. "What if they're actually sentient? What if they're trying to communicate?" "Communicate?" Lila replied incredulously. "They're currently trying to eat us." Maya, the janitor with a knack for survival, rolled her eyes. "We can't exactly reason with them, but we can outsmart them." I once trapped a raccoon using nothing but a pizza box and some string. As they brainstormed, the lab became a cacophony of outrageous suggestions and half-baked plans. It was a comedy of errors, each idea more ludicrous than the last, until they finally settled on a combination of Joe's snack attack and Maya's raccoon trap strategy. Let's get moving before the creatures decide we look appetizing, Lila urged, leading the group through the now unstable lab. Navigating the dimly lit corridors, they encountered a variety of mutated creatures, each more bizarre than the last. One particularly mischievous critter, a beetle with tiny glasses, zipped past them, mesmerized by a shiny lab coat. "See? They're curious, not malicious," Reggie declared, as he tried to coax it closer. Just then, another creature, a fusion of an alien and a wasp, buzzed ominously, sending the team scattering. They ducked into a supply closet, where Joe accidentally set off an avalanche of plastic gloves. "Well, at least we're safe, for now," he joked weakly. "Focus, people," Lila snapped, regaining control of the situation. "We need to find a way out and contain these creatures. Max, you need to think of something brilliant." Max nodded, his mind racing. "Right. Let's use the equipment in the lab to build a barrier. If we can funnel them into one area, we can get them out safely." As they worked, their bond grew stronger, the stress morphing into camaraderie. They laughed over shared fears, swapped stories of past failures, and rallied together in the face of an absurd crisis. Lila shared her experiences in field research, while Maya recounted how she once outsmarted a raccoon gang. Finally, they made their way to the main lab, only to discover the massive creature awaiting them, a fusion of traits that made it both magnificent and terrifying. Its wings shimmered like oil on water, and its eyes glowed with an unsettling intelligence. Max took a deep breath, adrenaline coursing through him. "Okay, team, this is it. We distract it with shiny objects while Joe sets the trap. Everyone ready?" As they launched their plan into motion, the creature let out a roar, shaking the very walls of the lab. But just as they were about to execute their plan, the creature paused, tilting its head as if considering them. "Wait," Reggie said, his voice low. "What if it understands us? What if it's trying to communicate?" In that moment of unexpected calm, they all froze, the absurdity of their situation hitting home. Here they were, a ragtag team of scientists and one janitor, about to engage in a diplomatic summit with a creature born from chaos. As if on cue, the creature emitted a series of strange sounds, clicks and hums that filled the room. The team exchanged bewildered glances. "Maybe it's asking for help?" Maya suggested, her eyes widening. Before they could act, the creature lunged toward them, but instead of attacking, it snagged a shiny tool off the table and began to play with it, its earlier hostility evaporating like morning mist. Max blinked in disbelief. "It's playing?" Their eyes widened as they realized the creature wasn't a monster at all but rather a lost child of the cosmos, seeking connection rather than conflict. "Okay, this changes everything," Lila said, her voice barely above a whisper. As the situation unfolded, they would have to navigate the complexities of communication, mutual understanding, and, perhaps, an unexpected alliance with creatures they once thought were enemies. But first, they had to survive the encounter. The atmosphere in the lab shifted dramatically as the creature continued to play with the shiny tool, its demeanor transforming from menacing to curious. The team stood frozen, grappling with the realization that they had misjudged this being entirely. "What do we do now?" Joe whispered, barely able to contain his astonishment. "We observe," Lila replied, her scientific instincts kicking in. If it's curious, we need to understand what it wants. Max, who had been ready to charge in with a makeshift weapon just moments before, now felt a wave of relief wash over him. Okay, let's see if we can communicate. Reggie, you're our expert on weird creature interactions. What do we do? Reggie cleared his throat, stepping forward cautiously. All right, let's not scare it. Maybe we can show it something familiar. He picked up a rubber band from a nearby desk and stretched it in front of the creature, mimicking a simple gesture of playfulness. Like this. The creature, its antennae twitching in interest, approached Reggie and tilted its head, watching the rubber band with rapt attention. After a few moments, it made a soft, clicking sound, which the team collectively interpreted as curiosity. Looks like it's game on. Max exclaimed, grabbing a couple of beakers and shaking them to create a gentle rattle, trying to engage the creature further. To their surprise, the creature responded by mimicking the sound, producing a series of clicks and chirps that echoed through the lab. The scientists were entranced. Maybe we can teach it, Maya suggested, a glint of excitement in her eyes. If it can imitate sounds, we might be able to communicate. With newfound determination, the group began to experiment with sounds, throwing in some playful noises and gestures. They laughed as Max attempted to imitate the creature's clicks, resulting in a bizarre symphony of chirps and beeps that made them sound utterly ridiculous. Are we sure this isn't a prelude to our demise? Lila asked, her brow raised in a mixture of skepticism and amusement, but the creature seemed unbothered by their antics, even mimicking their laughter with a series of high-pitched trills. It was as if they had tapped into a hidden language, a dance of communication that transcended words. Hours passed as they engaged in this newfound exchange, the earlier chaos of the lab fading into the background. Max and Reggie tried different strategies, attempting to draw the creature into more elaborate games using simple lab objects, paper clips, pens, and even a plastic dinosaur. As they played, the group's bond deepened. Each member discovered strengths they hadn't known they possessed. Joe, who had been terrified just hours before, became the designated dinosaur wrangler, expertly tossing the plastic figure to elicit playful reactions from their newfound friend. Then, something unexpected happened. As the creature continued to mimic sounds, it suddenly emitted a note that resonated deep within the lab. It was a long, melodic hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air around them. What was that? Lila asked, her voice low, filled with awe. I think it's trying to communicate something more, Reggie said, excitement bubbling in his tone. Maybe it's not just play, it's sharing its own emotions. Max, ever the optimist, grinned. Well, it seems we've created the first interspecies game night. Just think of the potential here, imagine the research we could do. But their laughter was cut short when the creature suddenly flinched, its antennae standing rigid as it looked toward the lab's entrance. A series of pounding footsteps echoed down the hall, growing louder with each heartbeat. Oh, Maya muttered. That doesn't sound good. Before they could react, the door swung open, and a frantic group of security personnel rushed in, armed and ready to contain the situation. What's going on in here? One of them barked, his eyes darting to the massive creature now sitting innocently among the scattered toys and lab equipment. Wait! Don't shoot! Lila shouted, stepping forward. We can explain. Explain what? That you've been playing with a monster, the security officer replied, clearly confused. Actually, Max interjected, it's not a monster. It's a friend. We've been communicating. The officers exchanged dubious glances. Communicating? With that? Yes. Look, it's not aggressive. We've established a rapport. Lila said, motioning for the creature to demonstrate. Show them what you can do. The creature, sensing the tension, responded by clicking and trilling, then bobbing its head in a bizarre but endearing dance. The security team was caught off guard, momentarily stunned by the sight. What in the world? One officer muttered, lowering his weapon slightly. Max took advantage of the moment. See? It's harmless. And potentially groundbreaking for interspecies communication. Another officer, a skeptical woman named Sergeant Collins, stepped forward. You're saying this thing understands you? It's not just understanding, Reggie added, his voice filled with excitement. It's engaging with us. We've created a form of dialogue. Slowly, the tension in the room eased. The creature, sensing the change, resumed its playful demeanor, clicking cheerfully as it approached the officers, who were both fascinated and hesitant. Okay, I'm intrigued, Collins admitted, lowering her weapon completely. But you need to get this under control. If this thing has friends, we need to know how many we're dealing with. Yes. Absolutely. Lila said, seizing the opportunity. If we can study it, we can understand its species better and prevent any future mishaps. As the group collectively took a breath, they realized they had transitioned from chaos to collaboration. The lab, once a battleground, had become a sanctuary of discovery. Max, riding the wave of enthusiasm, turned to the security team. How about you join us in this adventure? We can be the first team to document interspecies interactions in real time. Collins raised an eyebrow. You want us to be your backup in an experiment involving a creature we can't fully understand? Exactly. Maya chimed in, her enthusiasm contagious. Think of the research grants. After a moment of hesitation, Collins nodded slowly, exchanging glances with her team. All right. But we're calling the shots. We need protocols in place before we start any further experiments. Deal. Max replied, extending a hand. Welcome aboard. As the security team began to cooperate, the lab transformed once again. New protocols were established, equipment was repurposed for safety, and the creature became a subject of study rather than a threat. Days turned into weeks, and the team worked tirelessly, creating a harmonious environment where science and curiosity thrived. They developed a communication system based on sounds and gestures, slowly unveiling the creature's needs and emotions. The once misunderstood beast, affectionately named Chirp by the team, became a mascot of sorts, symbolizing their unprecedented journey. It exhibited traits that were both alien and familiar, bridging the gap between worlds in ways they never thought possible. One day, as the team gathered to observe Chirp's latest antics, Max turned to Lila, a gleam of pride in his eyes. Who would have thought we'd end up here? From chaos to connection. It's like a story straight out of a science fiction novel. Lila smiled, her usual composure softened by a hint of amusement. Let's just hope it doesn't end with us being the main course at an intergalactic feast. As they shared laughter, the lab buzzed with newfound energy. The creature, once a harbinger of chaos, had become a beacon of hope and understanding, reminding them all that sometimes the most profound discoveries emerge from the unlikeliest of circumstances. And just when they thought the journey couldn't get any stranger, a loud crash echoed from the containment area, followed by the unmistakable sounds of more creatures stirring. Well, it looks like we might have more friends, Maya said, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Max grinned. "Let's meet them, shall we?" As they prepared for the next chapter of their adventure, a strange sense of anticipation hung in the air. They had crossed boundaries no one thought possible, and as a team, they were ready to face whatever the universe had in store for them next, and somewhere deep inside, they all knew that the best was yet to come. With Chirp by their side, the future held infinite possibilities, and as they stepped into the unknown, they couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. "Let's just hope they come in peace," Lila muttered, a wry smile on her face, knowing full well that with this crew, nothing would ever be ordinary again. The adventure, full of laughter and surprises, had only just begun. Max Harper had always been the sort of explorer who seemed to trip over his own feet even when standing still. This particular morning on La Menace, a planet famed for its dazzling landscapes and bizarre life forms, was no different. He was perched precariously on a moss-covered ledge, squinting into a cave that shimmered with a strange, iridescent light. "Great day for an adventure," he muttered, not at all convinced. With a deep breath, he plunged into the cave, his foot catching on a protruding root. He tumbled forward, arms flailing, and landed squarely in a patch of something wet and squishy. "Oh, fantastic. Nothing like a little alien goo to start the day," he exclaimed, laughter bubbling up as he peeled himself off the ground. As he regained his footing, Max noticed a plant nearby, pulsating like a heartbeat. Its leaves unfurled and curled back, revealing a sticky center that seemed to beckon him closer. "What have we here?" he asked, his curiosity piqued, despite the inherent danger that often accompanied such curiosity. He reached out to poke the plant, which promptly wrapped a tendril around his wrist and yanked him closer. "Whoa, hey! Easy there, I didn't sign up for a plant-hugging session," Max exclaimed, his voice a mix of panic and amusement. He struggled against the tendril, which only tightened its grip, making him wonder if it was a plant or just an over-enthusiastic friend. Just as he was about to panic, he overheard voices echoing from deeper within the cave. "Phase 3 is complete. Once we control the indigenous life forms, the galaxy will be ours," one voice chirped, smooth and sinister. "Must we really do this, Commander?" replied another voice, which sounded oddly comical. "I mean, controlling the whole planet feels a bit overambitious, doesn't it?" Max's eyes widened. "What the heck?" He squirmed to get free, but the plant held on like a toddler refusing to let go of a parent's leg. "Of course it's ambitious. The Zelthari will not be denied their rightful dominion," the first voice said with fervor. Max was intrigued and, more importantly, horrified. He had stumbled upon a conspiracy. The Zelthari, a race of insectoid creatures known for their parasitic control over other species, were planning to expand their grip beyond La Menace. He felt a wave of responsibility wash over him. He couldn't let this happen. "Gotta do something," he whispered to himself. Just then, with a surprising burst of strength, he yanked his wrist free. The plant retracted in surprise, and Max took off deeper into the cave, propelled by a mix of adrenaline and the threat of becoming a drone in some alien army. Emerging into a wider chamber, he found himself face to face with a small, oddly shaped creature. It was bright green with big, googly eyes and a wide mouth that stretched into an awkward smile. "Hiya. I'm Gorp. You're not one of those Zelthari, are ya?" Max blinked, bewildered. No. Just a guy who nearly became plant food. What are you doing here?" "I was minding my own business when the Zelthari started their creepy takeover. But don't worry. I'm totally on your side. They can't control me. My brain's too squishy for that." Gorp exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. Max couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Gorp, I could use a partner. What do you know about these bugs?" "Well, they're pretty gross, but they have some weaknesses. They don't like loud noises or being tickled. True story. If you make them laugh, they forget what they're doing," Gorp said, Grinning, Max raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? So, we just need to crack some jokes and they'll lose their grip on the planet? Exactly. Gorp nodded vigorously. But we need a plan first. With a shared sense of purpose, the two unlikely allies set out to devise a strategy. They decided their first move would be to sneak into the Zelthery hive, which was located on the other side of a vast field of peculiar flowers that sang when the wind blew. Sounds easy enough, Max said, though he wasn't convinced. Just follow my lead. Gorp chirped, leading the way through the jungle. The singing flowers turned out to be more distracting than anticipated. As they walked, the flowers began to belt out a tune that sounded suspiciously like a cheesy pop song from Max's home planet. Why do I feel like I'm in an alien musical? Max mused, trying to suppress a laugh as they danced awkwardly past the singing flora. Suddenly, they came across a group of local creatures, each more bizarre than the last. Some had 4 arms, others sported feathered tails, and all looked at Max and Gorp with wary eyes. Who are you? One of them asked, crossing its arms. You look like a couple of spies. Max straightened up, puffing out his chest. Spies? Us? No way. We're here to stop the Zelthery from taking over. Yeah, right, another creature scoffed. You can't even walk straight. Hey! That was one time. Max shot back, defensively, but as he began to explain their mission, the creatures started to warm up to him, intrigued by the idea of fighting back against the Zelthery. Max, with his characteristic charm and humor, spun a wild tale of his exploits, embellishing details for dramatic effect. Soon, they were a ragtag group, united by the common goal of thwarting the Zelthery's plans. With a plan forming, Max and his new allies made their way to the Zelthery hive. The entrance loomed before them like a gaping mouth, dripping with a greenish goo. Gorp turned to Max, eyes wide with excitement. Ready for some action? Ready as I'll ever be. Max said, though he couldn't help but feel a flutter of nerves. Inside, the hive was a labyrinth of tunnels and chambers, filled with strange, glowing pods that pulsed ominously. Max felt a shiver run down his spine as they crept through the dark. They had just reached the central chamber when a loud buzzing sound erupted, echoing off the walls. What was that? Max whispered, glancing around. That's probably not good, Gorp replied, peering nervously into the shadows. Max held up a finger, signaling for silence. Then, peering into the dim light, he spotted the Zelthery soldiers milling about, discussing their plans in their insect-like chittering. Okay, time for the ultimate distraction, Max said, trying to keep his voice steady. Gorp, do you have any idea how to make these guys laugh? Gorp thought for a moment, then beamed. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Max took a deep breath, prepared to be the sidekick in this bizarre endeavor. Let's do it. Gorp stepped forward, puffing out his chest. Hey, Zelthery! Why did the Zelthery cross the galaxy? He yelled, his voice echoing through the chamber. Max cringed. Oh boy, here we go, to control the other side. Gorp finished, looking proud of himself. There was a beat of silence before one of the Zelthery burst out laughing, its antennae vibrating with delight. To Max's surprise, others soon joined in, their laughter ringing through the hive. Hey, this might actually work. Max exclaimed, feeling a rush of adrenaline. Encouraged by the laughter, Gorp launched into a series of increasingly ridiculous jokes. What do you call a Zelthery with a sunburn? A baked bug. Laughter erupted, the Zelthery momentarily forgetting their sinister plans. Seizing the moment, Max grabbed a strange device that was lying on a nearby console. Let's get out of here while we can, he shouted, and they raced back through the hive, Gorp still cracking jokes as they went, but as they neared the exit, the laughter turned to alarm. Hey! Stop them, a commanding voice bellowed. Max glanced back, heart pounding. Time for a dramatic escape. They burst through the entrance, skidding to a halt as they stumbled into the bright light of La Menace. But behind them, the sound of buzzing wings filled the air. Run! Max shouted, and they sprinted across the field of singing flowers, the Zelthory hot on their heels. As they raced through the field, the flowers began to react to the commotion, belting out a cacophony of sound that added to the chaos. This is turning into a musical after all. Max shouted, laughing despite the danger. They zigzagged through the flowers, dodging Zelthory as they went. Max could feel the thrill of the chase, a surge of energy pushing him forward. Almost there, he yelled, pointing toward the treeline where safety awaited. Just as they burst into the cover of the trees, Max felt a sharp tug on his leg. He looked down to see one of the Zelthory reaching for him. No! Get off! In a desperate move, he kicked out, and to his shock, the Zelthory soldier went flying into a nearby flower patch, which erupted into song. The distraction momentarily confused the others. Keep going. Gorp urged, and they sprinted deeper into the forest. As they finally reached a clearing, panting and exhilarated, Max felt a mix of disbelief and pride. They had escaped, at least for now. But as they caught their breath, the reality of the situation settled in. We need a plan, Max said, glancing at Gorp, who was still buzzing with excitement. Yeah. We can't let them regroup. Gorp replied, eyes sparkling. Max nodded, determination flickering within him. All right, we'll need to gather more allies and come up with a way to strike back. As they strategized, the weight of the challenge ahead loomed large. But if there was one thing Max had learned, it was that humor could light the darkest paths. And with Gorp by his side, perhaps they had a chance after all. Max leaned against a tree, catching his breath and gathering his thoughts. The adrenaline was still pulsing through him, making his heart race. Okay, we need to regroup and figure out our next move. We can't just keep running forever. Those Zelthory will be back, and they won't be laughing next time. Gorp nodded, his big eyes wide with determination. We could gather more creatures. If we can unite everyone, we can take the fight to them. Max smiled at Gorp's enthusiasm. Great idea. But we need to make sure we find those who are willing to fight back. The last thing we want is to bring a bunch of doubters into the mix. They began to brainstorm a list of potential allies. Max thought of the creatures they'd encountered in the jungle, the singing flowers, the wary locals, even the paranoid group that had initially mistrusted them. What about that group we met earlier? He suggested. They seemed interested in what we had to say. Yeah. And they were pretty funny too, Gorp added. If we can get them to join us, we might stand a chance. With a plan forming, they set off toward the location where they had first met the local creatures. The path through the jungle was thick, and they had to duck under low-hanging branches and navigate around vines that seemed determined to trip them up. As they walked, Gorp broke the tension with a series of jokes about the flora around them, his silly humor brightening the mood. Why do flowers always drive so fast? He quipped. Why? Max asked, suppressing a grin, because they put the pedal to the metal. Gorp giggled, and Max couldn't help but chuckle despite their dire situation. When they arrived at the clearing, Max called out to the group of creatures. Hey! We're back. We need to talk. A few creatures emerged cautiously, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. You again, one of them, a stout creature with 3 eyes, said. What do you want now? Max stepped forward, channeling his inner motivational speaker. Listen, we've got a serious situation on our hands. The Zelthory are planning to take over this planet. We need to band together if we want to stop them. A murmur of concern rippled through the group. But what can we do? Another creature asked. They're powerful. They might be powerful, but they're also ridiculous, Gorp piped up, jumping into the conversation. If we use our strengths and combine them, we can outsmart them. Max nodded in agreement. Exactly. We need to exploit their weaknesses. If we can make them laugh, confuse them, we can create a distraction long enough to strike. The stout creature considered this for a moment, glancing around at the others. It's a crazy plan, but it might just work. I'm in. One by one, the other creatures began to agree. Count me in. I'm game. Let's give those bugs what they deserve. Their spirits lifted, and soon, the clearing was filled with excited chatter. All right. Max clapped his hands together. Let's brainstorm some strategies. We need jokes, distractions, anything that can catch them off guard. Gorp, you're the master of puns. What do you have? Gorp stood up straight, a mischievous gleam in his eye. I've got a whole repertoire. We could start with something light. How about this? Why did the Zeltharii bring a ladder to the bar? Because they heard the drinks were on the house. The group erupted in laughter, and Max felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps this crazy plan could actually work. They spent the next hour brainstorming, trading jokes and ideas, while Max outlined a plan to lure the Zeltharii into a trap. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with shades of orange and purple, they finalized their strategy. We'll set up near the edge of the field where they first caught sight of us, Max said. We'll create a distraction and draw them in. Gorp and I will handle the jokes, and the rest of you will be ready to spring into action. Everyone nodded, excitement building. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, they set off, energized by their newfound camaraderie. When they arrived at the field, Max took a moment to observe the surroundings. This is it, he said. Get ready. The group scattered into position, hiding behind the singing flowers that still swayed gently in the evening breeze. Max and Gorp stood at the front, waiting for the Zeltharii to approach. Remember, timing is everything, Max reminded Gorp. We need to catch them off guard. Got it. I've got my best material ready. Gorp replied, bouncing on his feet. Just then, the buzzing sound of the Zeltharii filled the air, and Max's heart raced. Here they come, he hissed, watching as a group of the insectoid soldiers advanced, their antennae twitching. Showtime. Gorp shouted, stepping out from behind the flowers. Hey, Zeltharii. Why don't you come a little closer? We've got a joke for you. The Zeltharii halted, their compound eyes narrowing. Who dares disrupt our patrol? One of them demanded, brandishing a small weapon. Just a couple of guys who think you could use a laugh. Max called out, stepping forward with a goofy grin. Stand down, the Zeltharii leader ordered, but his tone was more curious than angry. Max seized the moment. What do you get when you cross a Zeltharii with a time traveler? He asked, a playful smirk on his face. Silence, the leader shouted, but a few soldiers began to snicker. Curiosity piqued. A future bug. Gorp shouted, his eyes wide with excitement. To Max's astonishment, a ripple of laughter broke through the ranks of the Zeltharii. The absurdity of the situation, the brave little creatures standing against the powerful soldiers, armed only with jokes, was enough to create a crack in their tough exterior. Why did the Zeltharii get kicked out of school? Max continued, not willing to let the momentum slip away. Because they kept bugging the teacher. The laughter grew, the soldiers clearly caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of humor. What is happening? The leader stammered, clearly confused by the unexpected turn of events. Just a little comedy show. We'll keep it coming. Gorp exclaimed, diving into another joke. Did you hear about the Zelthari who failed at being a mind controller? He couldn't keep his thoughts straight. Max and Gorp launched into a flurry of puns and jokes, using every ounce of creativity they had. The Zelthari, who had entered the field with the intent to capture or destroy, were now laughing uncontrollably. Max felt a rush of adrenaline and hope. Maybe this would actually work. As they continued their comedic barrage, the Zelthari began to lose their composure, stumbling over one another as they fell into fits of laughter. Sensing the moment was right, Max signaled to the hidden creatures. "Now," he yelled, and from their positions, the other creatures sprang into action. They charged toward the disoriented Zelthari, throwing whatever they could find, small rocks, handfuls of leaves, anything that could create a distraction. The Zelthari were caught completely off guard, struggling to regain their footing as laughter echoed through the field. "Go, go, go!" Max shouted, adrenaline surging as they pressed their advantage. The local creatures were fearless, darting between the Zelthari, throwing improvised projectiles and continuing the comedic onslaught. Max grabbed Gorp's arm. "We need to lead them away from the field. Let's draw them toward the forest." "Right behind you," Gorp replied, his voice full of excitement. They dashed toward the tree-line, the Zelthari buzzing in confusion, still unable to fully comprehend what was happening. "What is this madness?" one of them yelled, trying to regroup. "Just a little fun." Max shot back, darting into the trees, with Gorp right beside him. The chaos unfolded behind them, as the local creatures worked together to create further distractions, scattering into the underbrush. Max and Gorp led the Zelthari deeper into the forest, laughing as they weaved between the trees, pulling the soldiers further away from their hive. As they emerged into another clearing, Max turned to Gorp. "Now what?" "Now we regroup and prepare for the final stand," Gorp said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Max looked around. The forest was quieter now, the sounds of the Zelthari fading into the distance. "Okay, let's rally the troops again. We've done well, but we need to strike a final blow." They rounded up the local creatures, who were still buzzing with excitement over their victory. "We're not done yet," Max said, addressing them. "This is our chance to put an end to the Zelthari's plans once and for all. Are you with us?" "Absolutely," one creature shouted, its three eyes shining with determination. "Let's show those bugs they messed with the wrong planet," another yelled, and a chorus of agreement followed. "All right, here's the plan," Max began, outlining their strategy. "We'll split into two groups. One will create a distraction while the other sneaks into the hive to disable their control devices. Gorp, you'll lead the distraction. Leave it to me. I'll have them rolling on the floor in no time." Gorp replied, brimming with confidence. As they prepared for the final push, Max felt a surge of hope. Together, they had turned the tide against the Zelthari, and now, they were ready to take the fight to them. As dusk settled over La Menace, painting the sky with vibrant hues, they moved with purpose, ready to confront the Zelthari and reclaim their planet. Max couldn't shake the feeling that this was their moment, the culmination of their courage, humor, and teamwork. They approached the hive once more, the entrance looming ominously before them. "Remember, no matter what happens, stick together," Max reminded everyone. With a nod of determination, they entered the hive, the air thick with tension. Inside, the familiar pulsing of the pods greeted them, and the Zelthari soldiers were in disarray, still recovering from their earlier humiliation. "Now!" Max signaled, and Gorp leaped forward, launching into a barrage of jokes that echoed through the chamber. "What do you call a bug that can't stop telling jokes? A ponderful pest." The Zelthari turned, their confusion evident, but this time, it was different. They were ready for a fight. Yet as Gorp continued to unleash his comedic genius, the soldiers struggled to maintain their composure. Go, go, go. Max urged, signaling the second group to move in. They dashed toward the control center, where the Zelthari were stationed, trying to regain their footing. As the creatures rushed in, Max spotted the control devices, glowing pods that pulsed ominously, humming with energy. Over here, he shouted to his team. They quickly began disabling the devices, working together to dismantle the systems that had been controlling their friends and family. The energy in the room shifted as the Zelthari struggled to regain control over their drones, their laughter fading into panic. What's happening? The leader yelled, his voice strained. Just a little home improvement. Gorp called back, still delivering punchlines amidst the chaos. With a final effort, Max and the others managed to disable the last device, and the hive fell silent. The Zelthari soldiers stood in shock, their plans unraveling before them. Now, it's time for you to leave Luminous, Max declared, stepping forward, a sense of victory swelling within him. This planet doesn't belong to you. The Zelthari exchanged nervous glances, realizing they were outnumbered and outsmarted. One by one, they retreated, the last remnants of their confidence evaporating. We'll be back, their leader spat, but there was no conviction behind his words. Max watched as they fled, a mix of relief and exhilaration coursing through him. They had done it. They had turned the tide and protected their home. Gorp bounced over to him, still buzzing with energy. Did you see that? We totally did it. I mean, it was a little messy, but we pulled it off. Max laughed, the weight of their victory settling over him like a warm blanket. Yeah, we really did. I can't believe it actually worked. As the local creatures cheered and celebrated their victory, Max felt a sense of pride swell within him. He had come to Luminous looking for adventure, but he had found so much more: friendship, laughter, and a sense of purpose. In the days that followed, Max and Gorp worked alongside the locals to repair the damage caused by the Zelthari. They shared stories, jokes, and laughter, reinforcing the bonds they had formed through their shared experiences. One evening, as the sun set over the lush landscape, Max sat with Gorp by a glowing fire, surrounded by their new friends. You know, he said, gazing into the flames, I never expected to end up here, fighting off alien bugs with a bunch of misfits. But I wouldn't change it for anything. Gorp grinned, his wide smile illuminating the dusk. Neither would I. We make a pretty awesome team. Yeah, we do, Max agreed, his heart full. And if those Zelthari ever come back, they better be ready for some serious laughter. The fire crackled, and the stars began to twinkle above them, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope and humor could light the way. Max knew that whatever adventures awaited him next, he was ready to face them, with friends by his side and a quiver of puns at the ready. And with that thought, he smiled, knowing that Luminous was safe, at least for now. The laughter and camaraderie they had built would endure, and together, they would be ready for whatever came next. The end. Captain Max Caldwell had never considered himself a skilled pilot, but he had confidence, perhaps too much. As he lounged in the captain's chair of the SS Voyager, feet propped up on the control panel, he turned to his crew, a grin plastered across his face. Just another routine check, folks. What could go wrong? Famous last words, Captain, Dr. Ilara Finch muttered, her brow furrowed in concentration as she examined a holographic display of the star map. We're heading straight for bugfolk territory. Shouldn't we be? Relax, Ilara. I've got this under control. Max interrupted, his hands waving dismissively. He glanced at his co-pilot, Sammy Sparks Turner, who was tapping away at a console under control. Huh? Sparks chuckled. I think the only thing under control is your ego. Egos are essential for leadership. Max shot back, his grin widening as he reached for the throttle. Just then, a warning siren blared, lights flashing ominously. That's new. Max. Elara shouted, you're losing altitude. The ship lurched violently, throwing the crew against their harnesses. Max fumbled with the controls, desperately trying to regain stability, but the ship spiraled downward. With a resounding crash, the SS Voyager slammed into an uncharted planet, the impact shaking the very core of the ship. In the aftermath, the crew groaned, disentangling themselves from their harnesses amidst the wreckage. Well, that was a lovely landing, Rhea, the engineer, deadpanned, surveying the mangled control panel. I'm going to need a lot more than duct tape to fix this. Everyone okay? Max asked, brushing dust off his uniform, his bravado slightly shaken. Perfectly fine, thanks to your brilliant piloting. Elara shot back, rolling her eyes. Okay. Let's assess the situation. Max exclaimed, shaking off the criticism. We need to find a communication device and call for help before what? Sparks interrupted, pointing outside where strange, flickering lights danced in the alien jungle. Before the locals get here? The atmosphere outside was thick and humid, filled with the sounds of alien wildlife. As they emerged from the ship, a chorus of unfamiliar chirps and buzzes surrounded them. Max glanced around, feigning confidence. We'll be fine. Just a little walk in the park, a very dangerous park. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the depths of the jungle. The crew exchanged nervous glances. That doesn't sound good, Rhea said, her eyes widening. We should split up. Max suggested, but Elara quickly shot down that idea. No splitting up. That's how people die in horror stories. With that, they huddled together, inching toward the source of the growl. As they crept forward, they stumbled upon a clearing filled with peculiar, glowing flora. But just as they relaxed, a massive insect-like creature burst forth from the underbrush, its mandibles snapping. Run! Max screamed, and they took off in different directions, panic driving them. The crew's collective escape was a chaotic spectacle. Sparks tripped over a vine, tumbling face first into a bush of electric thorns, while Rhea barely managed to dodge a pair of gigantic pincers. Elara was sprinting right alongside Max, who was shouting random survival tips he'd seen in movies. Stay calm. Conserve your energy. Easy for you to say. Elara yelled back, nearly slipping in the mud. After what felt like an eternity of frantic running, they finally lost the creature and collapsed into a heap. Gasping for breath, they looked at each other, wide-eyed and exhilarated. Who needs a workout plan when you can just outrun giant bugs? Sparks wheezed, cracking a grin. First order of business, find a way to contact the fleet, Rhea said, already looking for any signs of their ship. That is, if it's still intact. As they made their way back to the wreckage, they found it mostly intact, though the ship's hull had been breached, and several critical systems were offline. Elara knelt next to a console, frowning at the flickering lights. We need to fix the transmitter. I can rig something up, but I need components from the Bugfolk outpost. Bugfolk? Max repeated incredulously. You mean there are actual bugs here? They're sentient beings, Max, not just oversized insects. Elara snapped, adjusting her glasses. And we need to be careful. They won't take kindly to trespassers. Max attempted to soothe her nerves with a goofy grin. Look on the bright side. We're in an alien jungle, running from alien bugs. This is like a vacation. Sure, if your idea of a vacation is life-threatening. Rhea shot back, already gathering tools. After a short rest, they set off deeper into the jungle, determined to locate the bugfolk outpost. The dense foliage was alive with sounds, hissing, buzzing, and an array of chirps that would give a symphony conductor a headache. As they navigated the underbrush, Max attempted to lighten the mood. Anyone else think this would make a great reality show? Stranded and Scared, Alien Edition. Sparks laughed. I can see the promo now. Watch as our crew fumbles through danger. Great, but can I be the star? Max said with a wink. Only if you promise to keep your distance from the bug folk, Elara replied, trying to maintain a serious expression. Eventually, they found the bug folk outpost, a massive structure made of organic material, pulsing with strange energy. The entrance was guarded by two towering bug folk, their antennae twitching as they eyed the newcomers. Okay, we need a plan, Max whispered, glancing at his crew. Elara, you speak bug folk, right? Not exactly. I can communicate scientifically, but they don't tend to respond well to humans, Elara said, shifting nervously. Great. We'll improvise, Max declared, puffing up his chest. Time to charm the bugs. As they approached the entrance, Max cleared his throat. Greetings, noble bug folk. We come in peace and with a request. The bug folk exchanged glances, their mandibles clicking softly. One of them stepped forward, its compound eyes narrowing. You trespass. Why should we not eat you? Max stumbled over his words, but Sparks quickly chimed in, because we taste terrible. Just ask my mom, he blurted out, eliciting confused head tilts from the bug folk. Your mom? The bug folk replied, its tone dripping with skepticism. Yeah. I mean, we're just not fit for dinner. Trust me. Sparks grinned. Max seized the moment, waving his hands dramatically. What my friend means is that we're looking for a few components for our ship. You'd be doing us a huge favor, and in return, we could, share stories about the cosmos. The bug folk considered this, their antennae twitching as they conferred in low tones. Finally, the lead bug folk nodded. If you entertain us, we will provide what you seek. Entertainment? No problem. Max declared, determination flooding through him. We're all about theatrics. The crew exchanged nervous glances, but Max grinned, leading them to improvise a performance. They began with a slapstick routine involving exaggerated gestures, a lot of tripping over each other, and nonsensical dialogue. Elara narrated a ridiculous tale about the Great Galactic Pie Competition, where Max, playing the role of a bumbling baker, kept messing up the ingredients. To their surprise, the bug folk seemed to enjoy it. Laughter, if it could be called that, rumbled from the creatures as they watched the human antics unfold. Sparks took a turn, delivering a monologue about his adventures in fixing the ship, exaggerating his technical prowess with ridiculous props he found in the outpost. In the end, they had won over their audience. The bug folk clapped their mandibles together, signifying approval, and granted them access to the parts they needed. As they collected the components, Max turned to the crew, a victorious smile on his face. See? A little humor goes a long way. As they made their way back to the ship, they realized that their experience had brought them closer together. The laughter and camaraderie had helped them overcome their fears. Once back at the wreckage, Elara set to work on the transmitter. "If I can just bypass this circuit," she muttered, focused on her task. The others helped by rummaging through the wreckage for additional tools. After several tense hours, Elara finally leaned back, wiping sweat from her brow. "It's done. We can send a distress signal. Finally. Time to call for a rescue." Max cheered, his earlier bravado returning. As Elara activated the transmitter, a crackling sound filled the air. "This is Captain Max Caldwell of the SS Voyager. We're stranded on an uncharted planet and require immediate assistance." "Repeat, we need." Before he could finish, an enormous shadow loomed over them. The crew looked up to see the Bugfolk Queen, an imposing figure with a crown of shimmering exoskeleton. "You dare disturb my hive with your noise?" Max froze, suddenly feeling very small. Just calling for a ride home?" The Queen's compound eyes narrowed, and Max scrambled for a response. "Wait. We can help. We have experience with interstellar travel, like, really good at it." "You humans are amusing," the Queen said, her voice a low, resonant hum. "But what if I desire something in return for your lives?" "Anything." Max blurted, then quickly added, not anything. Just, reasonable requests." The Queen contemplated, her gaze sweeping over the crew. "If you can entertain me with a demonstration of your intelligence, I may reconsider." "Intelligence?" Max repeated, glancing at his crew. "Well, we have a unique understanding of science and creativity." With a wave of her mandibles, the Queen commanded them to perform. As Max stood in front of the intimidating figure, he began explaining the fundamentals of human engineering, combining it with the slapstick routine they had earlier. Rhea joined in, crafting a makeshift demonstration with twigs and vines, making exaggerated motions as if to show how they could repair a spaceship. The Queen watched intently, her interest piqued. The more absurd their performance became, the more she seemed to enjoy it, even mimicking human laughter with her insectoid sounds. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of theatrical antics, the Queen clapped her mandibles together, signaling her approval. "You have amused me, humans. You may go. Your signal is sent, and help will arrive soon." Max and the crew exchanged incredulous glances, hardly able to believe their luck. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Max exclaimed, bowing dramatically. As they prepared to leave, the Queen leaned closer, her expression softening. "Remember, humans, the galaxy is vast, and alliances can be forged in the most unexpected ways." With their transmitter fixed and the Queen's words echoing in their minds, they made their way back to the clearing where they had landed. Soon, the sounds of engines filled the air as their rescue ship descended, a welcome sight amidst the alien landscape. As they boarded, Max couldn't help but smile. "Well, that was quite the adventure. I'm thinking of writing a guide, how to survive an alien planet in 3 easy steps." "Step 1, don't crash your ship," Rhea teased, nudging him. "Step 2, make friends with the locals," Sparks added, and Step 3, always have a backup plan, like an emergency supply of snacks. Elara finished, shaking her head with a smile. As the ship lifted off, the crew shared a collective sigh of relief, their hearts light with laughter and newfound camaraderie. Max looked out at the sprawling jungle below, the flickering lights of the Bugfolk hive gradually fading from view. Who knew survival could be so entertaining? He mused. "Just wait until we tell the others," Sparks said, grinning. "They won't believe half of this." "Next time, I'm flying," Elara declared, her eyes twinkling with mischief. As they rocketed away from the strange world, their laughter echoed through the cabin, a testament to their resilience and the bonds they had forged in the face of adversity. The universe was vast and full of surprises, and they were ready to face whatever came next. Together. As the SS Voyager soared away from the alien planet, the crew settled into a comfortable rhythm, laughter still bubbling up as they recounted their misadventures. Max leaned back in his seat, a satisfied grin stretching across his face. "I can't believe we actually made it out of there. I thought for sure the bug folk were going to keep us for dinner, or worse." "I still can't believe you convinced their queen to let us go," Elara said, shaking her head in disbelief. "You practically turned a life-or-death negotiation into a comedy routine." "Hey, I'm just saying, if you can't charm the pants off a giant bug queen, what's the point of intergalactic travel?" Max quipped, glancing at Rhea, who was monitoring the ship's systems. "Let's hope our next destination is less entertaining," Rhea replied dryly, though a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. "Maybe a nice, quiet planet with no predators and a good supply of snacks." "Speaking of snacks," Spark said, rummaging through the supplies they had stashed. "Anyone up for some space peanuts? I think I have a stash in here somewhere." "You and your snacks," Rhea laughed, rolling her eyes. "You know, we could probably survive on a diet of protein paste for the rest of our lives if it meant avoiding another incident like today." "Protein paste doesn't have the same ring to it as intergalactic snacks," Max interjected, grabbing a packet from Sparks. "Besides, what's life without a little flavor?" As they continued to banter, the ship's controls lit up with warnings. Rhea's expression shifted from playful to serious. Guys? We've got a problem." Max leaned forward, his humor dissipating. "What kind of problem?" "Looks like we've picked up an unauthorized signal," she said, tapping the console to bring up the source. "And it's coming from behind us." "Unauthorized?" Elara echoed, her brows knitting together. "Are we being followed?" "Not exactly. It's more like we're being summoned," Rhea replied, squinting at the readings. "It's a distress signal, but the source is fluctuating. It's almost like a trap." "Great. Just what we need," Spark said, his earlier enthusiasm dimming. Another day, another life-threatening situation. Max stood up, determination creeping back into his voice. "We can't ignore a distress signal. It could be another crew in trouble. We have to check it out." "Max, it could be a trap set by the bug folk," Elara warned. "We barely escaped the last encounter." "Or it could be someone who needs our help," he countered, his eyes flashing with resolve. "We can't just leave them hanging." After a tense moment of silence, the crew exchanged glances, weighing their options. Finally, Rhea nodded. "All right, but let's approach cautiously. We can't afford to be reckless." Max grinned. "That's the spirit. Onward to adventure, again." As they adjusted their course toward the source of the signal, the atmosphere in the ship shifted from lighthearted to tense, the crew settling into a focus they hadn't needed since their crash landing. The stars outside twinkled innocently, but the shadow of uncertainty loomed over them. "Coming up on the coordinates," Rhea announced, her fingers flying over the controls. The view screen displayed a small, desolate planet, its surface marred by craters and an eerie silence. "Looks deserted," Sparks remarked, squinting at the screen. "Are we sure this is where the signal is coming from?" "Let's find out," Max said, his voice steady. "Rhea, can you pinpoint the signal's origin?" "Working on it," she replied, her eyes narrowing in concentration. After a moment, she nodded. Looks like it's coming from the surface, near the largest crater. Then that's where we're headed, Max declared, excitement tinged with trepidation. As they descended, the ship shook slightly, the turbulence sending a thrill through the crew. They landed in a clearing near the crater, and after a brief moment of silence, Max turned to the crew. "All right, team. Let's go see what's going on." They stepped onto the barren planet, the ground crunching beneath their boots. The air was thin, and an otherworldly chill wrapped around them. Max pulled his jacket tighter as he scanned the desolate landscape. "Anyone else feel like we've walked onto a set for a bad sci-fi movie?" "More like a horror movie," Elara whispered, glancing around nervously. "This place gives me the creeps." "Let's keep moving," Rhea urged, leading the way toward the signal's origin. The crater loomed ahead, and as they approached, the distress signal grew stronger, a haunting echo that sent shivers down their spines. Suddenly, they rounded a bend and came face to face with a small, battered spacecraft, its hull blackened and riddled with scorch marks. "Looks like someone had a rough landing," Sparks observed, peering at the damaged ship. "Let's see if anyone's inside," Max suggested, stepping forward cautiously. He tapped on the door, which creaked open with a mournful groan. "Hello," he called into the darkness. "Is anyone there?" A figure stumbled into view, a disheveled humanoid, clearly injured and disoriented. "Help, please," the stranger gasped, collapsing to the ground. Elara rushed forward, kneeling beside the individual. "I'm a doctor." "What happened?" "Ambush. Bug folk, we were," the stranger stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "We tried to escape, but they, bug folk? Here?" Sparks echoed, glancing nervously at Max. "Yes. They're everywhere. You have to help," the stranger pleaded, his eyes wide with fear. Max exchanged a quick glance with his crew. "We can help you, but we need to know what we're up against." "How many are there?" "Too many. They're gathering for an attack." "They want our ship," the stranger replied, gasping for breath. "You must leave this place." "Not without you," Max insisted, determination creeping back into his voice. "Elara, can you stabilize him?" "I can try," Elara said, pulling out a small medical kit and starting to assess the stranger's injuries. "But we need to move quickly." As she worked, Max turned to the others. "We can't just leave him here. We need to get him back to our ship and then figure out our next move. Are we sure we want to attract the bug folks' attention?" Rhea asked, glancing back at the crater. "If they find us here, we'll have a whole swarm on our hands. We don't have a choice." "If we leave him, he'll die," Max replied firmly. "We need to split up. Rhea and I will get him back to the ship. Sparks, Elara, stay here and keep an eye on things." "No way. We stick together," Sparks countered, his voice rising. "I'm not about to let you two face off against an army of bugs alone." "Then we all go," Rhea said decisively. "But we need a plan. If we run into trouble, we need to be ready to defend ourselves." Elara finished her initial assessment, looking up. "He's stable, but he won't last long. We need to move now." Max nodded, quickly formulating a plan. "All right, we'll head back to the ship and figure out our next move from there. Stay close, and be on high alert." As they moved cautiously toward their ship, the oppressive silence of the barren landscape felt heavier with each step. The air crackled with tension, and Max couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. Just as they reached the ship, a loud roar echoed across the plains, sending a shockwave of fear through the crew. Max's heart raced as he turned to the others. "Run!" They rushed inside, quickly securing the hatch as the ground trembled beneath them. Rhea immediately took to the controls, her fingers flying over the buttons. "We need to get out of here now. Is the signal still active?" Sparks asked, glancing nervously out of the viewport. "It's still broadcasting, but I can't tell if it's drawing them in or not." Rhea replied, urgency coloring her voice. Max turned to the injured stranger, who was now conscious but clearly in pain. "Can you walk?" "Barely, but I'll try," he said, grimacing as he attempted to rise. "Help him," Elara urged, moving to assist him. "We can't leave anyone behind." With a few moments of effort, they managed to help the stranger into a seat. Rhea input the launch sequence, and the ship's engines roared to life, shaking as they prepared for takeoff. As the ship lifted off the ground, Max peered out the viewport, watching as the shadows of bug folk began to emerge from the edge of the crater. They were swarming, their forms moving with a predatory grace. "We need to go, Rhea," he shouted. "I'm working on it," she replied, sweat beading on her forehead. "Come on, come on." With a final surge, the ship broke free from the planet's atmosphere, and the crew exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Max collapsed into his seat, heart racing. That was too close. "Are we clear?" Sparks asked, looking at the readings on the console. "For now," Rhea replied, her eyes still fixed on the screen. "But they'll be after us. We need to find a place to regroup and figure out our next steps. Maybe somewhere without a population of giant bugs?" Elara suggested wryly, tending to the stranger's wounds as best she could. "Let's head to the nearest space station," Max said, glancing at the star map. "We can rest, regroup, and plan our next move there." As Rhea plotted their course, Max looked at the stranger. "What's your name?" "Jax," he replied, his voice shaky. "I'm grateful you found me. I thought I was done for." "Glad we were able to help," Max said. "But we need to get you to safety. You've had a rough day." "Not as rough as your day, I'd say," Jax replied, a faint smile creeping onto his lips despite his pain. "Fair point," Max laughed, the tension in the ship easing slightly. "But we'll make it through this. Together." As they navigated the stars, the crew settled into a rhythm, each person silently acknowledging the bond they had forged through their shared trials. They had faced danger, laughter, and now uncertainty together, and whatever lay ahead, they would face it as a team. "Next time," Rhea murmured, breaking the silence, "let's pick a planet with better Yelp reviews." Max chuckled, his heart lifting at the familiar banter. "Agreed. But for now, let's get Jax patched up and figure out how to avoid the bug folk next time." The stars twinkled around them, a vast expanse of possibilities and adventures yet to come. They were alive, together, and ready for whatever the universe had in store. And somewhere out there, the unknown awaited, full of new friends and old foes, laughter and danger intertwined. They had already defied the odds once, and they were ready to do it again. As they hurtled through the void, the crew of the SS Voyager knew that the real adventure was just beginning. The story ends here.